MS journey in ways you might not expect. Welcome to Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, your moderator and host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife Jean lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. Today, I'll be asking our expert the questions you want answered. MS navigators are here throughout today's live program, answering your questions and connecting you to resources. Your mindset is one of the most powerful tools you have when it comes to managing MS, and a growth mindset can make all the difference in how you approach your MS journey. Joining us today to talk about cultivating the growth mindset is Dr. Miriam Franco. Dr. Franco is a psychologist with advanced certifications in eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, also known as EMDR, and in guided imagery. Dr. Franco is also a social worker and a certified MS specialist. Welcome, Dr. Franco. Thanks for being with us today.
Hi, John. Thank you for the lovely introduction, and it's always a pleasure to join you as a guest.
Well, I hope you'll start us off by explaining what a growth mindset is and how it's different from a fixed mindset. Maybe share some examples of each.
Certainly. As our audience well knows, you don't simply adjust to MS and then you're done. We all grow up in families where we develop strategies for surviving our families and coping. And though it's served us well in the past, we tend to continue these same strategies with new loved ones and new people, even though they're not always adaptive any longer. So we all have ways we've become attached to taking ourselves through challenges, overcoming math anxiety, increasing performance as an athlete, maybe learning new roles in life with rehearsal and practice. But adult life is full of change. Change involves losses and gains. And adult life, just like living with MS, which is a lifelong condition, involves ambiguity and complexity. So we might have a fixed mindset that helps us with a very specific, severe, yet solo health challenge, like preparing for a major surgery. We might learn how to reduce jitters around going under, and then once the surgery's over, we put it behind us and we put it in this internal library and we forget about it. Or we get attached to a way that works for us, that's easy for us, or a model of mind, some way that we coped with distress and radical change before. But with MS, which can sometimes involve a series of many changes all at once, or a major loss in functioning, a return of a symptom where we don't move back to a prior level of functioning, it requires a different level of loss, of mourning, and adaptation. So, coping and living well with MS requires a growthful mindset. And I like to think of that as more of a type of attitude, an orientation, a perspective towards learning. It's a process. It's a process that embraces flexibility and curiosity. It's a way you engage in learning to interact with what's happening now and what do I need to do, even if it's small, to start changing. You know, a fixed mindset can be very soothing because it's some way we already know. But sometimes we say to ourselves, I must get this, or I must relieve this, or if this doesn't happen, I can't fathom how I'm going to cope. And so we get attached to what we already know. And there's an old saying, I think it's a Buddhist saying, that if you hold on to something too tightly, you stop interacting with it. So a growthful mindset over time is internalized. All good therapy processes promote a growthful mindset. Therapeutic processes are like that also. It becomes a way you start to take yourself through something, a process by which you learn to cope with life's ups and downs. You start to value it. It starts to be a way you are going to take yourself through the experience, even if you don't know the outcome yet. So examples of a growthful mindset. Oh, let me just pause for a moment. Something that psychologists have really studied and may seem ironic or counterintuitive to our audience is that disease severity is actually the weakest predictor of quality of life. That's kind of astounding. We actually have found that psychological factors are better and more important predictors of individual adjustment. So what does that mean in coping with MS? Well, when you have MS and you're faced with a loss or some sudden bout of fatigue that barrels in out of nowhere and may last for days or weeks, you have to shift. And you have to be authentic about this. These are real stressors. These are things that are unpredictable. You're not sure how you're going to cope because you don't even know how long it will last. And it pulls you away from the life that you wish to have. So you have to be able to authentically express how this feels. It may even be an existential threat you're dealing with. You have to mourn it. You can't be too grateful or too positive in the beginning because something real is really happening to you, and you don't want to deny the experience. But at some point, you have to shift from reacting to responding. And responding means interacting with what's happening differently.
My response is that MS
So
is bullshit,
to
lady.
that, you have to be curious. Resilient people are always curious, and they have some belief that they can learn and they can continue to adjust, even if it's small steps of learning in the beginning. You come to accept over time the irony that when you're forced to adapt to unwelcome changes, it changes you. You're using some part of your body, your brain, interaction with others differently because you've been forced to change. And this ironically creates a deeper sense of self-reflection. You continue to make meaning in your life, and people have to make meaning about their life experiences. And you deepen connection
Yeah, the meaning
with
is I got the
others.
short end of the fucking stick.
So,
My life sucks balls.
For very anxious people where change is
That works for
often
you?
overwhelming, or people who seek more control, there's a tendency to rely on your environment to offer soothing or relieve stress. Social support, a positive environment is very important. But at the same time, you do need to learn how to shift internally, how you react differently, so you will interact with your environment differently, because the environment can't always be forthcoming.
Tell me about the benefits of having a growth mindset when you're living with
Why
MS.
does the sound of this lady just
Well,
irritate
a
the fuck
growth
out of me?
mindset is self-empowering. It teaches self-efficacy. You are capable of learning. It allows you to problem solve in some pragmatic, practical ways, like easing stress and changing a situation, and allows you to use emotionally focused strategies to reduce distress that are necessary. A growthful mindset is sort of the soil that allows you to nurture these skills.
Some people may think having a growth mindset means always staying positive. What's the difference between a growth mindset and toxic positivity?
Well, if you stop to think about it, any extreme belief or all or nothing thinking does not promote growth. It tends to narrow and constrain people. So catastrophic thinking, everything is always horrible, nothing will ever change, or everything is positive, become ways to avoid and deny authentic experience. Okay? You have to mourn what's happening to you, and then you let go of it must be the old way, so you can start to incorporate and take in new learning. And to uphold good mental health in life, as in living with MS lifelong, you have to be able to have two capacities. You have to be able to see what is dark, vulnerable. Real life can be painful and distressing. There's suffering. At the same time, you have to, maybe not in the same breath, but in another moment, live with illusion. You have to believe change is possible. We don't know the future. Life is always changing, even if sometimes at a small rate. And how we look at the future is always dependent on how we feel in the present moment. That changes, and how we see the future changes. So to give you a classic example of this, if you have older teenagers that are coming of age to drive, in America, in most parts of America, you're not going to cope very well and participate if you can't drive. So parents have to teach what's vulnerable, what is the high risk of driving, the threats, the possible harm, and they have to be cautious. At the same time, they have to live with the illusion that their children can learn, that they can be exceptions to the rule. Otherwise, you would never allow your children to drive and leave home.
We heard from Hannah, who says she feels like she has a growth mindset while she's at work.
Oh, I don't grow for
But
shit.
she
I'm well aware
finds
of
that
that.
she has a fixed mindset when it comes to managing her MS. Can people have different mindsets depending on the situation they find themselves in?
Absolutely, because adults and people are complex and they have lots of parts. And even every individual has a trait that's wonderful and adaptive in one situation and not adaptive in another. Think about the woman who's shy and introverted and socially withdrawn, and she's very attracted to her boyfriend, who's affable, social,
fucking doc has like 4
conversationalist,
pieces to
and
it.
draws people out.
The fuck, man?
She's so attracted to this trait. It helps her to grow. Flash forward several years later, they're married. She's sitting at a table in a restaurant, waiting to order, while for 25 minutes, her husband is talking to everybody he knows in the restaurant. So the same trait is not adaptive in that situation.
Mike tells us that he wasn't born with a growth mindset, so he feels that there's no point in trying to change that. Is it true that you either have it or you don't?
No, it's not true. In fact, the psychologist Carol Dweck, associated with Stanford University, she introduced the phrase growthful mindset, and she studied it. And she determined this is not built in, it's not innate, that people who learn to persevere and hone these skills continue to adapt to life's adversities and to continue to learn and to grow.
Let's talk about ways that people living with MS can cultivate that growth mindset. You know, setbacks are normal and
But you're high
inevitable
as
part
fuck
of
because you
living
can't
with MS.
live with anything.
Right.
How can someone view setbacks as opportunities for growth instead of seeing them as obstacles?
Well, I'd like to use a very common symptom that everyone with MS shares, which is bone-wearying fatigue. One of the hardest things that people with MS find is trying to explain what it's like to have fatigue to other people and loved ones. Some people have fatigue that comes around 2:30 or 3 o'clock every afternoon. It's not pleasant, but it's a little bit predictable. They might plan their day around it. But for most, it comes in
Still in theory.
like a weather front. You don't know if it'll last for hours or weeks. So when I work with people with MS, I let them hate rest periods. After all, who likes something that pulls you out of your life? I do reframe it though, and I educate them about fatigue. I teach them that fatigue is your central nervous system calling out for rest. This
No.
is just like having a hunger pain.
No.
You must eat. The only difference is you can eat a meal and maybe stave off the hunger pain for a while.
It's calling out for
Fatigue
rest.
can
No
last
shit.
longer.
Fuck.
You must allow for rest periods because it will be at risk for you if you do not. So even if you don't have new lesions, MS is a inflammatory disease, and fatigue is a part of the inflammatory process. So what I do is I pair a new experience and a new learning with the fatigue. They never have to like it, but while they're off their feet, resting, I teach them gentle yet powerful mind-body techniques, forms of relaxation and guided imagery. You can also use hypnosis, whereby you first just slow your exhale, so you bring on a relaxation response. And then you use sensory images. You can start with simple exercises like imagining an ideal place of relaxation, which might be the beach in Bali, and you can feel the warm rays of the sun on your back or hear the seagulls chirping.
Is it the beach in
or
Bali?
see the beautiful blue sky.
Where the fuck is to go to
It
Bali?
really doesn't matter if it's real or imaginary. What happens is you enter a dual state of consciousness. This is a very, very fertile ground for therapy, for meditation, hypnosis, guided imagery, EMDR, somatic therapies. What happens is a part of you knows you're not in Bali. You're not there at all. But another part of you, when relaxed, is imagining with your senses the properties of this place. And this reverberates deeply in your body, like
Motherfucker,
deep
don't.
depth charges. They keep resonating. And so in a dual state of consciousness, you can start in your right brain to enjoy your body. You can lower muscle tension, temporarily shift pain experience, renew energy and focus, become less reactive, and actually have a kind of whimsical experience. This deepens relaxation. It improves self-empowerment. You're no longer just pulled away by your fatigue. You're doing something that enhances and deepens your rest and restores and renews energy. And you're using
Debatable.
a different part of your mind. You're turning on your own natural pharmacy. An active imagination is better in the right brain than your left brain, because it's not, what's going to happen next? Am I deserving? What does this mean? Will this last forever? It's, how does this feel now? And how, when I feel less stressed, I can interact with it. This brings on rapid shifts in behavior and perception and open receptivity to new learning.
No. It just means I can react to this.
There are
This is
so many
bullshit and
external
not
factors that
kill myself
influence
when I want
who we
to.
become, how we process the world around us. I'm wondering, how might someone's culture, their upbringing, their community shape their beliefs about growth and resilience?
Well, they always do, because your family is your first primary social group. So you learn all your positive and negative health behaviors and beliefs first with your family. Certainly, just like individuals who have MS, we encourage education because that increases coping skills. I encourage families to get educated. That also increases their capacities to cope with the individual family members' MS. But certainly families that are anxious or overprotective
Have what I wanted to
are
do.
not encouraging often risk-taking and growth and learning new experiences.
Shit.
You need some safety, but you also need dynamism in life to grow and change. MS support groups are natural
gonna fix the issue.
fertilizers for developing a growthful mindset. They share resources. They offer support. They believe that one can continue to connect. There's optimism about change. It's easier to become optimistic about change when people you know experience change. It's immediate. It's tangible. MS support groups Make safe experiences for learning, for having mistakes. MS support groups connect you with other people. This is promoting an adaptive, mindful growth set.
Lakin tells us she's always been a go-getter, and setting goals helps her achieve, helps her progress, helps her see that progress. But now that she lives with MS, Lakin is unsure about how she'll feel day to day, and achieving those goals, it sometimes feels impossible. What advice do you have for Lakin?
Yeah, absolutely. Because, a condition means variable states. Things keep changing. So goal pacing is very important. When you're more fatigued, you have to be off your feet, and you may have to do smaller goals and at a different pace. You may do something with your hands. You may do relaxation, guided imagery, stress reduction. You may fold laundry. It may not be your big goals, but it is important to do something each day when you're less able to accomplish big goals that make each day distinguishable so they don't blur together. Pacing yourself is very important. So slower goals means having more patience. As you have more energy, you'll go back to bigger goal setting.
As a single working mother who lives with MS, Keisha experiences a lot of stress and anxiety. She says she doesn't have a lot of time to focus on creating a growth mindset, but she's heard it can help her mental health and well-being. What are some small steps Keisha can take to begin this journey?
Well, parents with small children who are working hardly have any time to go inside their own mind, let alone be in a bathroom by themselves. So one of the things that's wonderful about using more right brain oriented approaches like guided imagery, relaxation, grounding techniques is that time in the mind is different from external time. You all know this. When you're sitting with somebody you adore at Thanksgiving, 5 hours feels like 5 minutes. When you're sitting with the uncle from hell, 5 minutes feels like an eternity. So you can practice simple guided imagery grounding techniques for 30, 40, 50 seconds at a time in little underutilized therapeutic moments in your day, in the bathroom, waiting for a child to enter the car, sitting in a doctor's office, waiting on the phone. In these moments, if you just take a slow exhale, 2 or 3, you imagine an ideal place of relaxation with your senses. You picture someone easy to love with your senses. You go to a real or imaginary safe place. You recruit what it looks like, feels like, sounds like, smells like. This becomes your safe anchor, your blueprint for relaxation. You can return at any time to visit it. You can settle and ground yourself before the next challenge. You do this 6 or 8 times a day, and you no longer feel so pulled out by the external world. You can renew energy and focus. And yet I have to add, when you're a parent and you're working with or without MS, you must have support. You must have people who give you some free time to do whatever you need to, that you can slide into, that hold that space around you, so that you can hold that space with younger children.
Evan is asking what role self-compassion plays in developing a growth mindset.
Self-compassion is very important, but I would argue curiosity comes first. So curiosity is bringing your attention to, I don't like this part of me, or I don't like this behavior. I don't like how I handle this. This is not working for me. If you keep it partial and not huge, in other words, a specific behavior, not all your behaviors, a specific part of you, not your whole life, a specific part of your relationship, not the whole marriage, you're more apt to interact with it and become curious about it. When did it start?
Why is
How
my
long
phone
does it
almost dead?
last? Is it helpful? Does it have some protective function I'm not
God,
aware of?
apparently I just
What's
pushed
one
the
small
fucking
thing I can do right now to change it? How does that feel? If I add another step, what is that like? So curiosity and reflection brings in observation. Self-compassion comes in to be patient with the process, allow experimentation, and making mistakes. Mistakes is one of the most potent ways to learn.
Tracy wants to know where she can find support that will help her maintain her growth mindset.
There are many ways to gain support. I mentioned MS support groups. There are some that are live. The National MS Society, the MS Foundation has support groups. MS Foundation has online support groups. There are also resources online. If you go to the internet, you can locate Carol Dweck's workshops on cultivating a growthful mindset. You can also go to the internet. There are master classes on developing, workshops on developing a growthful mindset. The National MS Society has articles. The My MSAA app has articles. Have written articles on managing the emotional challenges of living with MS. MS Can Do has lots of articles on this, and they also have online and on-site couples workshops for how to cope with adapting to MS across the lifespan. There are many resources for learning this.
Frank is wondering how he can support his wife when she starts to lose motivation and starts slipping into that fixed mindset.
I think it's very important when people are experiencing deep frustration, feeling scared, feeling stuck, that you do not use positivity and you do not use reason and rationality. They can't absorb it yet. You have to feel safe. You have to be safe and feel safe to express different parts of you. And you can't feel too much overreactivity or too little shutting down to learn. So the first thing to do is to perhaps speak to his partner and say, okay, I can see that you're feeling alone, worried, fearful. What is one thing you need right now to feel safe? I need to slow down my breathing. Okay, so let's just sit down and slow down your breathing together. Once reactivity is lower, then people can use resources, reason, external resources. But if they don't feel safe, you're flooding them.
Well, you've shared some great insights about how adopting a growth mindset really benefits someone living with MS. What would you say is the top takeaway that you'd like our viewers to remember and to use?
Well, I created a little acronym for this because I like acronyms. They help my memory. So I came up with DIFABS. D-I-F-A-B-S. So D is developing a belief that people are resilient and they can continue to learn and continue to grow, even if sometimes the pace is small or slow and other times faster. I is identify your fixed mindsets. Become conscious of them. F, focus on the process, not end results. Learning is often not in a straight line. It's dynamic. A, accept losses and setbacks. They are part of life in coping with MS. B, bring curiosity to learn new skills, and also a willingness to push yourself beyond your comfort zone, even if a little bit. And S, substitute the word failure with a new word, learning.
Well, I want to thank you for being with us today, Dr. Franco.
Thank you for having me.
Today's program survey has now been posted in the chat for your feedback. Please take a minute and complete it to help us create programs and topics
Oh,
with you
what a
in
bunch
mind.
of horse shit.
Please be sure to visit the National MS Society's website for information and resources on MS, connection opportunities,
I'm sorry,
and
technically
ways for you to get
not
involved.
horse shit.
You can
I
also
have a
connect
fixed
with an
mindset
MS Navigator
about things.
to receive personalized
What does that
support
sound?
by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. A recording of today's
Really don't need
program
to
will be
email me.
posted on the MS
Put it
Society's
right next to
website at nationalmssociety.org/MSexpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. Finally, I'll invite you to join me each week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where we continue the conversation that we start here. You can find Real Talk MS on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Thanks for joining us for Ask an MS Expert. We'll see you next week. It's estimated that the average cost of living with MS is over $88,000 per year, which can make it especially challenging to save and invest for the future. Welcome to Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, your moderator and host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. Today, I'll be asking our expert the questions you want answered. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators will be online throughout today's live program, answering your questions and connecting you to resources. Joining us today is Paula Cole. Paula is Vice President and Head of Pension Risk Transfer at Nationwide. She's a certified personal trainer, a former collegiate athlete, and a certified professional soccer coach. Paula also serves as President of Nationwide's African American Women Associate Resource Group, and she's a member of Nationwide's
This might get weird for a
CEO
second. Sorry
Advisory
about
Council.
this.
Paula has been involved with the National MS Society in a variety of leadership roles since being diagnosed with MS in 2000. Welcome, Paula. Thanks for being with us today.
Thanks, John. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Well, before we get into what it means to develop that financial mindset, can you briefly share a bit about yourself, your diagnosis, your MS journey?
Yeah, I'd love to. So, as you indicated, my journey with MS started in 2000, and I was an undergrad at The Ohio State University playing soccer, and woke up one morning paralyzed. I wasn't able to move, and quickly found out through diagnosis that I was living with MS. And at the time, being young and still trying to figure out my collegiate career, I quickly had to pivot to what's life going to look like beyond what I had seen of it for 19 years or 20 years at that point. And so my journey has been one in which I've had to navigate career, figure out financially how I was going to live with an incurable disease, also raise a family, and live the best lifestyle that I have now become accustomed to. The journey has been extremely challenging, but there has been a lot of reward from understanding who I am, understanding how I would navigate those areas, and ensuring I had a village that surrounded me as I did so.
And tell us a little bit about your role at Nationwide.
Sure. So my role at Nationwide is I'm a business leader for a business line called Pension Risk Transfer. We acquire public and private sector pension plans, and primarily we focus in on supporting institutional businesses navigate their financial uncertainty. It's one in which I have to work with people, I have to manage strategy, and then we have to deliver sales and distribution of some of those pension plans.
So how has your experience with MS influenced the way you think about money, the way you think about work, and the way you perceive your future lifestyle?
I would say a lot of what I focus in on is control what I can control. That's been a lesson learned, right? You hear that quite often, control what you can control. And by doing so, it's understanding what's going to potentially be an outcome of a relapse, but then also knowing that I need to live in the moment. And how I do that is making sure that we have financial security for my family and my children. I have 2 daughters. And then also being able to forecast the unpredictableness of MS.
You know, it's common for people to feel overwhelmed when they're thinking about money, and I think that's true for people who are living with MS and people who don't have MS, actually. But where do you think is the best place to start, especially when someone is living with MS and they could be dealing with long-term disability and unexpected health issues?
I think the first place to start is to get a hold and understanding of your expenses, right? And then also understand your income. So there's 2 different ways for you to look at what's around you. Your expenses, so those are the things that you spend money on. And then how much do you have coming in? How much do you earn? Oftentimes, we leave those 2 things out of sight, out of mind, and we just live in the day-to-day of expenses and accumulating those, going out to eat, shopping, and whatever else may be something that is in your expense column. And then we have our income coming in. But I believe that living with an incurable disease, you have to have a stronger grasp on both of those areas so that you can seize the opportunity of those unknown expenses as and when they come through, and you can balance them with the volatility of what your income might be, especially if you are an individual that has to go in and out of work because of the unpredictableness of this disease, the relapses. So making sure you have a strong understanding of both your expenses and then your income coming in.
Rebecca tells us that she was diagnosed with MS last year, and she's already begun to understand how challenging and costly living with MS can be. I'm curious, did you encounter any financial surprises you wish someone had warned you about when you were first diagnosed?
I really appreciate this question because it made me reflect on my initial diagnosis, and my parents were my caregivers, right? So I was a college athlete. I was a state or 2 away from my parents, had to come back to living with them. And unbeknownst to me until now I've reflected on it, is the caregiver burden. And so I think that's a big surprise that I had of how much those that surround me and support me also need to understand and be financially aware of how to care for me. So that's one surprise I'll call out. And no matter where you're at in the life cycle of this disease, there is going to be some resemblance of a caregiver burden. And so understanding how you can equip yourself and equip those that care for you, whether or not it's friends, families, or someone that has to come in your home and help support, realizing what MS means to them was a surprise for me. And it continues to be an aspect that I try to anchor to and have the reality sitting in the forefront of my head.
Well, having spent many years as an MS caregiver, I can co-sign everything you just said.
Yes.
How living with MS means living with uncertainty.
I believe that, again, going back to the mention of income versus expense, and making sure that you're keeping log and track of those expenses that are in particular tied to the disease, and then also the unknown of when those expenses can start to accumulate. And that might be through relapse. I try to do in good practice, making sure that I'm writing those things down, we're keeping log of them as a family, and hopefully there's infrequent times in which that you have to look at those expenses and they grow. But if you don't have a log or understanding of what those expenses are, then they can go out of sight, out of mind, and you're not able to tie them back to the income that you have coming in.
We heard from Steve, who says he's lived with MS for about 10 years, and he has some money saved. He'd like to create a health emergency fund. How can Steve go about setting up that type of account?
Better sell a fucking kidney, Steve.
One of the first things that I would say, back to the control which you can control, also sits in the column of find your extended village. And this example is one in which seek out financial advisors or those individuals that are equipped with being able to help factor in what a health emergency might look like, because it can go beyond keeping a bucket of money in a bank account or a savings account. And financial advisors and planners would be able to help you extend that. I would say the other things to keep in the forefront of your mind is there's enough applications or apps out there that will allow you to factor in and categorize items that will be necessary for you in that health emergency fund. So the organization comes by virtue of an application. The things that should be considered can come as output of working with a financial planner or a financial advisor that could also tune you into opportunities and areas that you might even have at your own employer that could help you with managing the additional income or need for money expense, right, to be there.
Olivia tells us she had always planned to work into her 60s, but after being diagnosed with MS a few years ago, she feels that her career goals and retirement plans, they need to be revised. Do you have any suggestions for Olivia about how to reevaluate her long-term financial plans?
Yes. One of the things that we should all keep in the forefront of our mind is retirement income. And retirement income is a major part of Social Security. When you think about our Social Security benefits, for some that might be far off, but as example, Olivia's is in short time. 66 is our normal retirement time. Social Security is going to take the highest 35 years. So things to consider is how do you make sure that you're still working to help derive what's going to come out of Social Security. Full part-time is an important aspect. I would also suggest that the evaluation of additional retirement income or additional buckets of opportunity that might be available at your employer will help you determine additional ways to save for that point in time in which that employer is no longer there or you're officially retired. So there's other means by which that you can create retirement savings, and that could be through traditional 401ks or even an HSA, a healthcare spending account. But thinking about retirement income, how to generate more, and then acknowledging if your employer has the opportunity for you to leverage some of those additional ways to save money.
You know, it's not unusual for people to work side jobs that fit their interests or lifestyle. How should someone living with MS go about determining whether a side hustle could be a good way for them to earn extra income?
We start streaming.
So
Yeah.
I love the side hustle.
Because what else am I going to?
Mainly because I had my own side hustle unbeknownst to me, and that was my career in soccer. And I didn't think about it until soccer was taken away from me, quote unquote, when I was diagnosed. So I was on the field and then no longer could play. But then when I got to a point in which I could go back or start to work, I was looking at my career post undergrad, but then also looking at, well, what else can I think about that could bring me income? And coaching soccer was that thing for me. As you think about what you're doing in your day-to-day beyond your regular 9 to 5, think about those things that maybe people reach out to you for help, and can that be an additional source of income? Examples: cutting hair, sewing. And I use both of these because I just recently had this conversation with my oldest daughter who's in college, and she's trying to figure out her side hustle. Those are things that people often come to her to do, even painting nails. So think about those things that people come to you to do, and is there a means in which that you can create a stream of income? If you are to go down that path, this is also where it is beneficial to make sure you have the right type of paperwork, tax implications, if you are to formulate that into a true stream of income for you.
Charlie tells us that it's getting hard for him to keep working as a healthcare technician, and he's thinking about applying for
It's actually
Social
on my list
Security
of shit to do,
disability
but I'll never
insurance
get around
benefits.
to. Need to reach out
What
to someone
financial
who's able to
impacts
figure out
should
how I can
Charlie
do
be
my
aware
work
of
for other
as he's deciding whether he should leave his job?
Yeah, thanks for this question, John. I somewhat alluded to this in some of my responses to other questions, but it's the things that your employer bring to you as a full-time or a part-time employee that needs to be in the forefront of your planning as you think about pivoting away from the workforce. That's loss of health insurance. We as MS warriors need to have some sort of source of health insurance, loss of retirement savings, or even contributing to those savings and having the employer contribute to them as well. A healthcare savings account, which allows you to diversify how you're saving for retirement and how those funds are actually used to help with health expenses. If you pivot away from the workforce, you're no longer able to contribute or have that contribution be matched by an employer. So those are things that are top of mind. Trying to maximize Social Security income by staying in the workforce is an important aspect to consider as you're starting to plan for the potential of that happening. So before it happens, can you capitalize on savings and other means and other ways so that if you do have to pivot away from the workforce, you've already taken into consideration the savings and income that is going to help you when you don't have that stream of money coming in because you stepped away from work.
What are some ways that someone living with MS can get started planning for their financial future? Even someone who may have very limited experience with long-term care needs or estate planning?
So this goes back to seeking out advice. And to the best extent that you can, finding individuals that are experienced in planning savings, and especially individuals that have also had clients that have lived with long-term disability challenges. So seeking out advice, and then also making sure that you're taking in consideration and creating a log of income plus expenses that are going to be potential things that you would need to take in consideration. I would also say this goes back to control what you can control. In that expense column, are there things that you can stop doing? Are there things that you can start doing, setting aside additional money because you've stopped doing something? And then what else can you continue to do? Those are things within our control to be able to manage our money within the space that we understand it, using applications or even just a trustee planner. That will prepare you for a conversation with a financial planner or advisor that's going to ask some of those same questions of you. Or where are your expenses? And then how much income do you have coming in?
Barbara tells us she's a widow and she lives with MS. She's on a fixed income and has one child who plans on attending college. Barbara hopes to help her son pay for college and I'm curious, I guess, are there financial resources available to support individuals who are facing the same situation Barbara is?
Yeah, so I appreciate this question because I currently have a daughter who's in college, and before she embarked on her journey, we had to go through a review of how are we going to support you while you're in college, and then also still taking in consideration needing to plan for retirement or needing to still save while we have the expense burden of my daughter going to college. And specifically, there are means at the universities that you can reach out to understand FAFSA, to understand what's ahead in the journey of a collegiate or a individual that's going to college. There's also means through scholarships, right? And making sure that your children are looking at all of the scholarship opportunities and applying for them early on. The thing I would say to Barbara is make sure you're not forgetting about your own retirement or about the time in which that you will need more financially than your child might need because you're living with MS. That was one of the reflection points for me, is that while my daughter is going to college, we also need to make sure that we have a comfortable savings for those times in which I might be out of the workforce or expenses might get high because of MS.
You've already started to answer this question, but I wanted to ask you what types of people, tools, or services are available to make it easier for someone with a long-term disability to keep their finances organized.
Yeah, and I have highlighted some of those things. It is, in the generic sense, a Google search away to find financial systems or applications that might be best suited to help you organize your expenses. Even some of our local bank organizations have applications on their website that will help you bucket out your money and help you manage the income that you have coming in against the expenses that you have going out. And especially if you've worked with them for a long time, they already have records of those. So use some of those applications, but then also seek out advice of those individuals that know more about financial planning than you do, right? Ask for help. Do not go it alone. It's the best, right? It's the best advice that I could give.
As someone who works in financial services and lives with MS, what are some things in your budget that you always make sure to include? What are those things that help you, not just survive, but thrive?
Yes. The cost of expense. So we factor in from a planning standpoint. We've forecasted. It's been 25 years I've worked with MS. So have been, unfortunately, enough experiences that I've had that we can forecast what happens when MS happens to me, right? Or a relapse happens to me. So that is something that we factor in. The other thing that my husband says to me all the time is that we need to also make sure that we're factoring in how to continue our happiness. So we plan and are strategic in our planning around time away. So experiences is the one that
Sorry, I didn't get that mic out of the way faster.
Anchor to the most. Can I make sure that my kids have experiences, my families have experiences? So we try to budget what experiences mean for us. So for management, I would say make sure you understand the cost of expense of this disease, but also make sure you know what keeps you in your happy zone and budget for that.
I've always found that the plans that succeed are the plans that include a clear goal. So what might be a meaningful but realistic financial goal that someone living with MS can set for themselves for the next year?
Yeah, so I love the goal-oriented aspect. The start, stop, continue can help you understand and create clear and delineation of your goals. What is something, as you look at your expenses and look at those itemized list, what are things that you need and what are things that you want? And can you, for the year, draw a line item and delineate between the things that are necessary and the things that you want? That's one aspect that you can start with. And then the other thing is creating a goal that allows you to save a percentage more year over year than you did the last. And that might be very small percentage to start, but as you look at the expense column, that might mean that you have to remove something from that list. But as you remove something from the expense list, can you put it into the savings list? So a goal is remove something from the expense column and can I add it to the savings column?
Well, you've shared some great advice about how someone living with MS can approach financial planning and how important it is to do that. Let me ask you, what would you say is the top takeaway that you'd like our viewers to remember and to use?
Yes. Control what you can control and make sure that you have a clear understanding of your expenses and then the money that you have coming in, and that you're saving appropriately for those times where things have gotten out of control because of MS. And ensuring that you also are not going it alone and you are seeking out help for your financial planning.
Well, thanks for being with us today, Paula.
Thanks, John. I appreciate the time to be here.
Today's program survey has now been posted in the chat for your feedback. Please take a minute and complete it to help us create programs and topics with you in mind. Please be sure to visit the National MS Society's website for information and resources on MS, connection opportunities, and ways for you to get involved. You can also connect with an MS Navigator to receive personalized support by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. A recording of today's program will be posted on the MS Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSExpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. Finally, I'll invite you to join me each week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where we continue the conversation that we start here. You can find Real Talk MS on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Thanks for joining us for Ask an MS Expert. We'll see you next week. Work incentives make it easier for people with disabilities to work and still receive their benefits. Welcome to Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, your moderator and host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact family. Today, I'll be asking our expert the questions you want answered. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators will be online throughout today's live program, answering your questions and connecting you to resources. Work incentives are special rules within the Social Security disability programs that allow people to continue working without losing their cash payments and Medicaid or Medicare healthcare coverage. Beth Scott, the Director of Case Management at the Patient Advocate Foundation, joins us today to discuss work incentives within disability programs that can benefit people living with MS who are able to work and want to continue working. Welcome, Beth. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you today, John.
I hope you can start us off by explaining what SSDI and SSI are.
So SSDI and SSI, Social Security Disability Insurance is the acronym SSDI, and SSI is Social Security Income. So two different programs. Social Security Disability Insurance or the best way to remember that is for people that have worked a significant amount and have paid into the system, and through that paying into the system through FICA is how you end up getting your SSDI payments once you're eligible for that. And SSI is typically for patients that are either disabled at birth or they have become disabled, but they really haven't put enough income or work into the system. So SSDI, just to break that down, supports workers who have become disabled, but they're no longer able to work. And people that apply for SSI, that's a needs-based program for people who have limited income and resources.
Well, I heard you just mention when you become eligible. So let's talk about that for a minute. How does someone go about being approved for either of these programs?
So you can apply online through SSA. You can go online and apply. You can create a password and apply online through the Social Security Administration. You can also, if you don't have the way to do that, you can also apply by telephone. You can also make an in-person appointment at your local Social Security office. Some people prefer to do that because that way they can bring their own documents, because you will need medical records. You will need your work history. People that are applying for SSI will also need to bring their income documentation. There is a daily function report, so you'll need to be able to give the worker that information, and also any kind of contact information that you may have for your doctors and your clinics.
Can you explain what work incentives are within these two Social Security disability programs?
So there are work incentives that help people that have either SSI or SSDI be able to keep their benefits, so be able to keep their income. So one of those incentives for both SSI and SSDI is a Ticket to Work program. We can go into that a little bit later. There's also trial work periods for people that have SSDI. And then there's also a plan to achieve self-support for people that have SSI. So I can go into that a little bit further, but if you'd like me to go into each one of those, I can do that as well.
Well, I think we're going to get to all of those.
Okay.
But before we do, I know one of the things I mentioned when I introduced you was that what these programs allow someone to do is to go ahead and go to work, but still continue receiving Medicare and Medicaid coverage. So I think it's worth taking a moment to explain the difference there. It sometimes gets confusing. The two words sound very similar. What is the difference between Medicare and Medicaid?
Okay, so Medicaid is an assistance program that's funded federally.
Yeah, and because I want to rehear this because I have questions, and I gotta pause this real quick because I gotta let a dog out. So I'm gonna be right back. course, now my dogs want to be dumb and put them lay out there in the sunlight. I guess that's the yard for the dogs. Oh.
Federally, at the state level. And it's a needs-based program, which means that both income and assets are counted. That determines the patient's eligibility. Where Medicare is a federal insurance program, it's not run at the state level. Typically for patients that are over 65, but also patients that are receiving SSDI are eligible for Medicare at the 24th month mark. Both of those, they're able to keep those Medicaid and Medicare through these incentive programs, so they are able to work and able to keep those insurances that are needed for patients that have disabilities.
So if someone living with MS is receiving SSDI or SSI benefits, what is it that they have to keep in mind about their Medicare Part A and Part B?
So again, they will, once that 24-month mark comes up under SSDI and they're already on SSDI, they will get Medicare Part A and B. Medicare Part B will have a premium that will be deducted from their Social Security disability check that they get each month. I believe that amount right now is $185. But what to remember is that they don't have to take Part B if they already have another insurance, but they will pay a premium penalty later if they don't take that Part B at that time. If they don't have trying to think the best word to use. If they don't have coverage, then they will have to pay they will have to pay something later. So Medicare provides ongoing healthcare coverage for these people, even if they are going back to work, and you are able to keep your benefits like SSDI and SSI. So it's not immediately affected if they do one of these work incentives. In fact, there's several protections in place for that. While people are, challenging that and testing their work, they are able to keep their Medicare.
Well, in a minute, I want to drill down to some of these specific work incentives. But first, I'm hoping you can tell us what the Red Book is and how someone living with MS can use it to understand work incentives.
So the Red Book is a reference for people that are, you might want to look at it now, even before you even have any questions about that. But it's about employment-related provisions of the Social Security Disability Insurance and Supplemental Security Income Program. So if you're living with MS, one of the things in this Red Book is understanding the options of how working might affect your benefits, what supports are out there, how you can plan to return to work. So you can use some of the incentives that we've talked about, Ticket to Work, ASK. You can protect your health coverage and learning how to keep your Medicaid and Medicare. That's all in the Red Book. And then you're able to also track your progress. So know when to report the earnings and know what to expect when your income does change. And you can find that, again, online at SSA, ssa.gov.redbook or /redbook is where you find it.
Sounds like a very useful resource.
Definitely.
I want to get to some of the specific work incentives for SSI in a minute, but let's start with the work incentives for people who are on SSDI. Can you tell me the difference between the trial work period, excuse me, and the extended period of eligibility in SSDI, and maybe explain the benefits of both of these incentives?
Okay, so the trial work period allows you to test your ability to work without losing your SSDI benefits. And it's the duration of that is 9 months, and that's not necessarily consecutive 9 months. It's a rolling 60 months, so 5 years. You will still be able to receive your SSDI full benefits regardless of how much you earn during that time. And so the goal of that is to encourage you to continue working without losing your benefits immediately. The extended period of eligibility provides a safety net after the trial work period ends. So, and it's good for 36 months. So both benefits are, they're both risk-free. They both let you trial working and while keeping your full benefits. The extended period of eligibility continues eligibility for benefits even if your income fluctuates. So if you make more than you should make, more substantial gainful activity, then you do it 1 month, so you're able to fluctuate each month.
We heard from Armand, who tells us his MS symptoms forced him out of the workforce. He's been receiving SSDI benefits for a few years now, but he says his MS has been stable, and he's interested in exploring virtual or part-time employment opportunities. And Armand is wondering how the Ticket to Work program could benefit him.
Okay. So first he would need to, he would get in contact with the Social Security Disability or through SSA. It's not a physical ticket, so he's automatically enrolled and he can use this, he can use it at any time. His ticket will be assigned to a vocational rehab or VR agency and employment network. And these can be public or private organizations that help with job placement. They also help him develop a work plan with his chosen provider that outlines his employment goals and services he'll receive. He'll start getting support like career counseling, job search assistance, resume and interview preparation, training, education, ongoing support. And during this time, he will be protected, or he will not be subject to continuing disability reviews at that time.
Jean says she was a stay-at-home mom before being diagnosed with MS, and she's interested in finding employment, but doesn't really know where to start. Could you explain how the Work Incentives Planning and Assistance Program could be helpful to Jean?
Yes, so this is a program, it's a free service that's funded by Social Security Administration, and they offer personalized counseling to patients with disabilities that receive SSDI or SSI that may be interested in working. So they offer one-on-one counseling, workplace, work incentive guidance, customized planning, so she'll receive a customized plan that considers her MS and goals and her financial needs, and if she moves her benefits to employment, they also navigate her transition, and so she'll be able to gain confidence that she can work without immediately losing her benefits or her healthcare coverage.
Let's talk about work incentives for people who are receiving SSI benefits. We heard from Lupe, who tells us she's living with MS. She started getting her medical bills paid through a program through her church, and she's worried that assistance will negatively impact her SSI. Could you explain how Lupe might benefit from the earned income exclusion?
Yes, so the earned income exclusion is a rule that helps people that have SSI or people that get SSI to keep more of their benefits. So if her church is paying her medical bills directly, that's not really considered earned income. That would fall under in-kind support and maintenance or unearned income. So unearned. She didn't earn it, they're paying it for her. So depending on how the payments are made, so if the church pays the medical bill provider directly, the SSA might not count at all. If the church gives her the money to pay the bill, then they may consider that unearned income. That may impact her SSI payment. So it's really important to find out, how they're paying.
We're going to pay it, but we have to hand it to
she
you.
should still try to report that to the SSA and explain to them how that they're paying the bill. And then she should ask them whether or not that support qualifies as a charitable gift or excluded income. And then she could also speak to a WIPA counselor so they could give her advice on that.
Can you tell us how Section 1619B of the Social Security Act, or continued Medicaid eligibility, might affect someone living with MS who wants to go to work?
Okay. So it allows SSI recipients to keep their Medicaid coverage, even if their earnings become too high to receive the SSI cash payment. This is as long as they were eligible for the cash payment for at least once a month. They still meet disability requirements. They still meet non-disability SSI requirements like income and resource limits. They need Medicaid to work and have earnings below the state threshold for Medicaid recipients. And this matters to people that have MS because, of course, people with MS have ongoing medical care. Fear of losing their Medicaid is a barrier to their employment. They need to be able to work, but they also need to be able to see a physician when they need to. So that kind of removes the fear, ensures that Medicaid continues even if her SSI payments stop. So it kind of gives people the freedom to try working without risking losing their benefits.
Emily says she's on SSI and she plans to return to school to finish her degree. How could the Plan to Achieve Self-Support program help support Emily's financial investment in her education?
So this, it's PASS is the acronym for that. So that is a work incentive that allows people that are on SSI to set aside some income. So the income to pay for expenses like job goals, finishing a degree, starting a business, job training. They're able to set that aside. They can also get support from SSI that have PASS specialists that can help her write and manage that plan, and that will not affect her benefits at all. So she's able to keep all of that and also try to put some things aside, maybe for school expenses, whatever she may need.
Bradley is self-employed, and as his MS has progressed, he's had to purchase specialized equipment, even modify his car to continue working. How could work incentive programs benefit Bradley's situation?
So there is something called impairment-related work expenses. So these are out-of-pocket expenses or services that are needed for work. They're related to a disability, and they're typically not reimbursed by another source, like specialized equipment, maybe keyboard, voice recognition services, vehicle modifications, hand controls. They can be deducted from his earnings when the SSA determines if he's engaged in substantial gainful activity. This means his SSA may count less of his income, helping him keep his SSDI benefits longer.
Well, I have one more acronym to ask you about.
Okay.
We've been talking about federal programs, but I'm hoping you'll take a moment to explain state disability insurance, or SDI, and how that differs from SSDI or SSI. And actually, I'll make it a two-part question. Are there work incentive programs like the programs we've been discussing for people receiving SDI benefits?
Okay. So state disability or state-run insurance is a state program that provides short-term wage replacement to eligible workers who are temporarily unable to work. So we're thinking like people that are to a non-work-related illness. So injury, pregnancy. It's not available in all states. So California, New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, Hawaii, Puerto Rico are the states that offer that. It is their eligibility is based on the recent work and payroll contributions. It's temporary, and it's funded through state payroll taxes. It does not have formal federal work incentives like SSDI and SSI. But if a condition becomes long-term, like MS, a person may apply for SSDI and SSI, and once approved, they can also access federal work incentives like the ones we talked about. The difference in SSI, SSDI, and SSI is that SDI is short-term, SSDI is long-term, and SSI is run under financial need.
Oh,
and they can use this. I'm sorry.
Please go right ahead. No, please go right ahead.
They can use this time and income from the SSDI to stabilize their health plan for their long-term support. So they can use it up until they apply for the others.
Got it. When I introduced you, I mentioned that you were Director of Case Management for the Patient Advocate Foundation. So I'm hoping you'll tell us what the Patient Advocate Foundation is all about, and how it can help someone living with MS navigate work incentives and disability programs.
So PAF is a national nonprofit, and they help patients with chronic and debilitating illnesses. So if someone reached out to us, we would have a case manager assigned to their case, and they can help patients apply for Social Security disability income, SSI or state disability programs. They help patients navigate Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. They also help them with marketplace plans. We help explain and help access work incentive programs. We also appeal insurance denials or benefit determinations. We also help with appeals to Social Security. We do that frequently. We also offer small grants depending upon the diagnosis, disease-specific grants for transportation, housing, utility, depending upon the diagnosis. And we also provide educational resources.
Well, you've shared some really great and important information about work incentives and disability programs that could benefit someone who's living with MS. What would you say is the top takeaway that you'd like our viewers to remember and to use?
I think the top takeaway is that you can explore work and pursue your goals without immediately losing your disability benefits. Whether you're on SSI, SSDI, or programs like Ticket to Work or PASS, they're all there to support the journey to employment so that people are able to do it at their own pace while protecting their stability.
Well, Beth, I'd like to thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much. Nice being here.
Today's program survey has now been posted in the chat for your feedback.
I don't want to do
Please take a minute and complete it to help us create programs and topics with you in mind. Please be sure to visit the National MS Society's website for information and resources on MS, connection opportunities, and ways for you to get involved. You can also connect with an MS Navigator to receive personalized support by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. A recording of today's program will be posted on the MS Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSexpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. Finally, I'll invite you to join me each week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where we continue the conversation that we start here. You can find Real Talk MS on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Thanks for joining us for Ask an MS Expert. We'll see you next week. Learning how MS can start later in life can help someone feel more prepared and in control of their health. Welcome to Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, your moderator, and the host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. Today, I'll be asking our expert the questions you want answered. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators will be online throughout today's live program, answering your questions, connecting you to resources. Being diagnosed with MS later in life can raise a lot of questions. You may wonder about symptoms, treatments, and what happens next. It can be hard to tell which changes in your health may be caused by MS and which are simply part of aging. And if you're diagnosed with progressive MS, it may feel even more confusing. Joining us today to talk about late onset MS is Dr. Jacqueline Nicholas. Dr. Nicholas is System Chief of Neuroimmunology and Multiple Sclerosis at the Ohio Health Multiple Sclerosis Center. Dr. Nicholas also serves as an adjunct clinical assistant professor of neurology at the University of Toledo College of Medicine and the Ohio University College of Medicine. Dr. Nicholas holds relationships with commercial interests including Picori, Novartis, Sanofi, Genentech Roche, Alexion, EMD Serono, TG Therapeutics, and Biogen. Welcome, Dr. Nicholas. Thanks for being with us today.
Hi, John. Thanks for having me.
Well, I'm hoping you can start us off by explaining what late onset MS is and how it can be different from being diagnosed with MS at an earlier age.
Yes, so late onset MS really describes anybody who's diagnosed with MS at the age of 50 or older. In general, we see that most people with MS are presenting in their 20s to 40s. So this is quite a few decades later than expected. And in general, when we look at this group of individuals who are presenting in their 50s and beyond, these individuals tend to have more disability at the time of diagnosis. We tend to see more motor symptoms, so more weakness, problems walking, sensory symptoms at onset in these individuals. And we also tend to see that they are more likely to have a progressive of MS, to have a relapsing course where, they may have symptoms come on over, hours to days. So it's definitely seems to be increasing that we're seeing this more and more in the clinic.
Is it possible that someone might experience mild MS symptoms for years, maybe more like a relapsing course, before actually getting diagnosed later in life when MS has progressed?
Absolutely. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges for our patients. We know that some of the symptoms of MS can be rather mild, and people may even seek medical attention and be told that their symptoms are due to something else completely. But it's, sometimes can be very, very hard to determine. And so it's not until something more significant happens, or perhaps they end up seeing a neurologist or professionals who are more experienced with MS, where they really ultimately end up getting that diagnosis.
Mariana tells us that she was diagnosed with MS at the age of 61, and she's wondering if her age affects how well treatments are going to work. How does age impact treatment decisions?
So that's a great question, and it is quite a challenge when we look at our present day clinical trials that all of our MS medications have been studied in. We see that by and large, younger groups of individuals with MS are being selected. So the majority of our clinical trials are looking at people who are 55 and under. And often, with more of a focus on the relapsing phase of the disease. But fortunately, there have been some of our therapeutics where patients are, aging beyond the phase 3 trial, where they're in the extension studies. And some of our other therapeutics, there's a clinical trial that was done with a medication called siponimod that enrolled people who were 60 and under. But I think one of the challenges that we see in the field is that because not enough studies are being done on older individuals with MS, there still remain a lot of questions. We also know that the immune system in individuals who are aging is also aging. And there's this concept called immunosenescence, where we see that when we're younger, our immune system is more inflammatory, more likely to cause this inflammatory, large areas of inflammation and edema within the brain when attacks occur of MS. But as people age, we tend to see that there's much less inflammation. And this is demonstrated by looking at MRIs. We often see that people who are older with MS are less likely to have new lesions over time, or when we give them dye with their MRI, they're less likely to have contrast-enhancing lesions. And so one of the challenges with therapies is that we know that the majority of our therapies are really focused on reducing relapses and reducing new lesions on MRI, whereas in this late onset MS population, or in the case of Mariana being 61 and older, it's really not looking at some of the most important things to the same degree, which is disability progression and this gradual worsening over time. And so I think that's really where the field is finally starting to focus and shift and asking questions such as, should somebody be started on a treatment to begin with at this time? And then also, should they continue on therapy for the rest of their life? And I would say that's still quite controversial. And I think that we take an individualized approach because there's something called someone's biological age, which is really how active is their immune system. I've seen people in their 60s who have a lot of active lesions on their MRI, and I would definitely, place them on a effective MS therapy to shut down inflammation, whereas somebody else may be entirely different. The other challenge that we see is that as we get older, as humans, we're more susceptible to getting other diseases and other medical problems. And so we always have to take into account someone's entire medical history to really know, first of all, is it going to be safe for certain treatment options in that individual? Perhaps there's somebody who may be more susceptible to infections, so that may impact our disease-modifying therapy treatment choice, as some of our DMTs are more immunosuppressive and may not be appropriate at older ages, whereas others may be a much safer option. So it's definitely a very individualized discussion with each patient.
Balance problems, gait issues, cognitive decline, these are all signs of aging. They could also be MS symptoms. So how do you go about telling the difference with which is attributable to MS and which might simply be attributable to someone aging?
This is the age-old question and very challenging because, we all know as we get older, no matter who we are, our brains and spinal cords actually start shrinking, and that's normal. And so we do see some gradual changes in memory and motor function with normal aging. But I would say that in MS, it's very important to understand what are the problems that somebody's experiencing and to understand how quickly those problems have occurred, and also to do a really thorough examination in the clinic, the physical exam. And there are other assessments that we can use to really determine, is this something more relevant to MS or is this normal aging?
I have a meeting.
And I think that utilizing some of those tools like the physical examination to look at walking and strength, we can see that, wow, this person actually is weak. They have, true weakness, or they're off balance because they're swinging their leg and they're not able to pick it up, or they have what's called a foot drop where the foot doesn't pick up. And those are not part of normal aging. And so I think it's a combination of really understanding what that individual has experienced along with that physical exam, and then also looking at some of the other tests that we do in the clinic. So one of the common questions that I get from my patients is they say, I feel like maybe my memory may not be as good, but, I have MS and
So if I run super fast, I might be able to make the both of them. Problem is, I don't have jack shit for frickin' ammo. And this sniper is a piece of shit. gonna die. It was debatable, and I don't have anything to heal myself with. Lobopus.
It's been 700 degrees in here since you came in. I could swear that this room has been running out of air, and now it's starting to spin. You make me feel kind of bad, kind of good, kind of everything, yet it doesn't feel like it should. You make me feel kind of wrong, kind of right, kind of anything, and I would change it if I could. I swear I'm hitting the floor. I could swear that my stomach just sunk a meter. I'll be dead if I take any more.
At least I made it out this time. Took the entire match. But at least I made it out this time. It was just me and him. Well, you know, how it goes. Although Scottfield is almost done, so that's nice. Do you want? Alright. Apparently I gotta let the dog out real quick. We're gonna let the dog out real quick, and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna watch a video for MS Monday. Be back in a minute.
and crowns of ancient kings. I've heard stories of distant lands, realms I long to reach. Your voice, it beckons me to go to worlds unexplored, to leave behind my home and wander.
I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis Monday. We try to share some informational videos about multiple sclerosis and various effects and stuff like that. So we're gonna watch this video while we play another match, and then I'll probably count us out for
week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, and I'm the host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news of people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact families. I'm a past member of the International Progressive MS Alliance Scientific Steering Committee, and currently I'm a district activist leader and trustee for the National MS Society, and I chair the Society's California Government Relations Advisory Committee. The MS Society's Ask an MS Expert webcast is designed to give us a place for the MS community to connect and to connect you with the MS experts who are ready to answer your questions on the topics that impact people living with MS every day. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS navigators are online throughout today's program, answering your questions and connecting you to resources. Recent research published in the journal Science by a team at Harvard provides the strongest evidence yet for the role of the Epstein-Barr virus in triggering multiple sclerosis. Dr. Bruce Vibo, the Executive Vice President of Research at the National MS Society, is joining us today to talk about the impact of this research breakthrough on the MS community and what the MS Society plans to do with this new information. Welcome, Bruce. Thanks for being with us today.
Hi, John. Good to be with you. Looking forward to it.
We've been talking about this connection between the Epstein-Barr virus, or EBV, and MS for quite a while now, so this discovery is really exciting. The study results show that EBV is the leading cause of multiple sclerosis. So, can we definitively say EBV causes MS?
Well, let's dig into that a little bit. So Epstein-Barr virus, and this is a virus that lives inside of most of us. It lives inside of us for all of our lives. And in most cases, it doesn't cause any harm. Most people are infected with EBV when they're very young, a time when it usually, again, doesn't cause any symptoms. But if you get infected during adolescence or early adulthood, it can sometimes cause symptoms. It can cause a disease about 30 to 50% of the time, a disease called mononucleosis, sometimes called glandular fever. And this is, and there's overwhelming evidence that there's an association between mononucleosis caused by EBV infection and MS. And this association between MS and EBV and mono, it's important to remember that it doesn't necessarily mean that MS is caused by EBV. So let's look at this illustration, John, to kind of try to understand the differences between associations and causations. So there are a number of clues that we're going to need to be able to show causation. So the first clue is that the infection, the event, whatever it might be, in this case, the infection with EBV, it needs to come before the onset of MS, right? It can't really be a cause if it comes after. So that's one piece of the puzzle. We also have to eliminate the possibility that there's some confounding factor, like that's illustrated in this slide, right? There's an association between eating ice cream and sunburn. But sunburn doesn't cause you to eat ice cream or the other way around. And so you got to make sure that there isn't some other confounding factor that is contributing to the association. And you need to also eliminate this concept of reverse causality. So in this case, does EBV cause MS? Or does having MS or being at high risk for MS cause you to get mono? And so you have to eliminate that possibility. And then finally, the clue you need to show definitively the causation, of course, is that if you prevent infection, that you, and in this case, prevent infection with EBV, that you can prevent MS. So the article that you talked about, John, in Science, extremely well done study by a highly respected group. What they showed was that the infection with EBV precedes, it comes before any evidence of MS. And it also showed that it's highly unlikely that being at risk for MS also makes one more susceptible to EBV. So it's just a strong argument against this reverse causation. So I would say that we are a lot closer to proving causation. And of course, the one piece of the puzzle left is to show that preventing EBV can prevent MS. And so I borrowed this slide, John, to help us illustrate this a little bit. I borrowed this from our colleague, Gavin Giannone. I hope this helps to understand really the implications for the study. So, while we don't know the exact cause of MS, over the last several decades, a number of factors, including mononucleosis, have been associated with increased risk for MS. And many of you have heard these already. There's a role for genetics. For example, we know that if you have a close relative with MS, your risk is higher for developing MS. We know things like low levels of vitamin D, childhood obesity, and smoking are contributing risk factors for MS. And so these all in combination with Epstein-Barr virus and infectious mononucleosis are all contributing factors. And I'd say from this study, John, based on the really very strong risk that EBV seems to add to this equation, it's really pretty likely that this is a necessary and a key factor that contributes to the cause of MS. And like it's illustrated on the slide, like a string of dominoes, if we can take out one or more of these really critical risk factors, we can keep the rest of the dominoes from falling, and we can potentially prevent MS from happening in the first place.
I heard you say that about 95% of a population has or is carrying EBV. How is it transmitted?
Yeah. So EBV virus is in the herpes virus family. It's related to viruses that cause chickenpox and herpes infections. And it's transmitted primarily through saliva. And as I mentioned, more than 95% of the human population has been infected with EBV. And this virus, it infects the immune system, and it persists in a latent form in immune cells called B cells, and they live there, the virus lives there for the rest of your life. And in addition to being a trigger for MS, it's also associated, this virus is associated with a higher risk for some blood cancers. It's estimated that EBV infection accounts for about 200,000 new cancer cases and accounts for about 150,000 deaths a year worldwide. And in addition to this, our increasing understanding of the involvement of EBV and the risk for MS, there's evidence that EBV contributes to the risk of some other autoimmune diseases like lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, and Sjögren's syndrome.
You know, I'm thinking back to the beginning of the current pandemic that we find ourselves in. Before there were any safe and effective vaccines as there are available today, what health professionals were recommending is if you want to avoid the COVID, the novel coronavirus, you would practice social distancing and wear a mask. And it made me wonder, is there a way to avoid getting EBV?
I would say, John, not really. There's not really a practical way to avoid becoming infected. Maybe, just never kiss anybody. Maybe that would be one way to do it, but I don't think that that's practical. I think, our best hope is a vaccine. I think that's the best way we're going to prevent infection.
And to that point, I know clinical trials for an EBV vaccine are underway. How close are we to...
Holy fuck, is this wrong?
Yeah, so, research and testing of experimental vaccines for EBV have been underway for decades, really. This virus is complex. It has a complex life cycle, and there aren't any animal models for this infection. So progress in the development of vaccines has been slower than we would like, and certainly slower than what we saw for other viruses like the virus that caused COVID. But we're getting closer. We're getting closer to safe and effective vaccines for EBV. Recently, a vaccine was shown to significantly reduce the incidence of mononucleosis. It doesn't prevent infection, but it does prevent the mononucleosis. And some scientists think maybe that'll be enough. That could potentially be enough to prevent at least some cases of MS. And there are new vaccines being tested. Perhaps many of you have seen already that about a first-in-human trial of a vaccine developed, an mRNA vaccine developed by Moderna for EBV. That's in an early phase clinical trial. So there's progress being made, and I think there's one should be optimistic that we may have a safe and effective vaccine in the near future.
And could an EBV vaccine prevent someone from getting MS?
Yeah, I think that's a real possibility, John. But of course, the only way to prove it would be to conduct a clinical trial, and as you could imagine, that is a little bit tricky. But the society has been consulting with global experts to explore different concepts, approaches for an MS prevention trial, so that once we have a safe and effective vaccine, we'll be ready to test it in an MS prevention trial in an expedited way.
Just curious, did the National MS Society participate in funding this study at Harvard? And will the society continue funding research into the cause of MS?
Yeah, so the society did help fund part of the study, and specifically, we funded some of the experiments that were published in the work that provided evidence that the virus contributes to MS risk rather than the other way around. So the parts of the study that helped create a case against the risk causation were funded by the society. And I think, in my opinion, that was one of the most important observations in the paper. And we've been funding research into triggers and risk factors for MS for decades. We've invested millions of dollars specifically in elucidating the role of EBV in MS. And prevention of MS is one of the pillars of our Pathways to Cures Research Roadmap initiative. And we will be prioritizing research that provides insights into how we might be able to prevent MS, including vaccine for EBV.
We heard from Brent. He shared with us that he's had some muscle and joint issues a year ago. So he had some blood tests done and found that he was positive for the Epstein-Barr virus. Brent says he's never had mononucleosis, he has no history of MS in his family, and he's wondering whether everyone who contracts the Epstein-Barr virus gets MS.
Right, well, so we discussed previously, by adulthood, somewhere on the order of 95% of us have been infected with EBV. And in most cases, people don't even know it. So no, the vast majority of people with EBV do not get MS. What we do know is that if you get EBV as a teenager or young adult, and it's symptomatic, right? You get this mononucleosis, your risk for MS is higher than if you got EBV as an infant or a child. But again, only really a very small proportion of the people who get mono want to develop MS.
We heard from Jada, who says she's been living with MS for 20 years, and she wants us to know that she finds the study results really promising for the future. She's wondering whether the study offers any sort of benefit for people who are currently living with MS.
So I guess I would say not specifically related to this study, but there are other studies and ongoing studies determine whether MS might actually be a consequence of ongoing EBV infection. Some have in the context of COVID, considered this or thinking of this as a long-term consequence, rare consequence of EBV infection, and that remains a possibility. The virus likes to hide and sometimes affects the function of immune B cells, and we know B cells play an important role in MS. There are ongoing clinical trials testing cell-based approaches that target EBV-infected B cells, and early results are promising. And I expect this and other studies might also inspire testing of perhaps, John, antiviral drugs or other approaches for treating EBV infection and potentially having some influential role in reducing ongoing illness.
Does the study from Harvard show whether EBV causes MS relapsing, progressing?
So no, that this study, again, this is specifically the study doesn't address that question, but I'd say it's plausible for the reasons that I mentioned, that EBV infects B cells, and we know B cells have an important role to play in MS. Some of our very good disease-modifying therapies are targeting those cells. So it's certainly plausible that EBV-infected cells are playing a role in ongoing disease. Another concept, John, a way that EBV might be playing a role in triggering, causing MS is this concept called molecular mimicry. So the idea is that the virus expresses proteins, receptors on its surface that look like proteins and receptors that are expressed by the nervous system and accidentally cause the immune system to react to the nervous system. That's another concept and additional knowledge that could be used to potentially help develop therapies, approaches for treating ongoing disease.
You know, I'm thinking about the picture of the dominoes you showed us a moment ago, and seeing how if you can knock out that EBV dominoes, it prevents MS from developing at the end of all those dominoes. Well, Zeta asked a question that's a little different than that. She's wondering whether a treatment for EBV might help to cure people who are already living with MS.
Yeah, I think that's plausible. And there are, again, cell-based therapies and pharmaceutical approaches, perhaps an antiviral approach, John, that might be able to at least improve and potentially cure MS. And there are ongoing studies, of course, to test those ideas.
We heard from Ashley, who says she doesn't have MS, but when she was a teenager, she did have mononucleosis, which, as you pointed out, is caused by the Epstein-Barr virus. She also wants us to know that her grandmother is living with MS. And Ashley's concerned that based on the news about EBV and MS and her genetics, she's worried that she's going to develop MS. And she wants to know whether there's any sort of test or screening that she can have done to see whether she could develop MS.
Yeah, so not yet, but this is an area of active investigation, and I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic that we may be able to determine who's at high risk for MS and determine that with enough confidence that we could begin a treatment prior even to the onset of symptoms and significantly delay or maybe even prevent MS. And we recently funded more than a dozen new projects in this area of research. And I guess, John, the other thing I would say is that I would advise actually to be on the lookout for neurological symptoms, symptoms that might suggest some of the early signs of MS. So things like a vision problem, and I would encourage everyone who's concerned about the risk of MS to have an annual eye exam. Things like sensory issues, numbness, tingling, balance problems, etc. These sort of symptoms that suggest a neurological issue, I would encourage people who may be at a little high risk in the general population, like Ashley, to be on the eye for those symptoms, pun kind of intended, and report those symptoms to your healthcare provider and follow up on them, because they could be early indications of MS.
That's good advice. You know, now that we have this scientific consensus, what's the National MS Society going to do with this news?
Right. So as I mentioned before, supporting research in MS prevention is a key part of our Pathways to Cure research initiative. And we already have plans to make targeted research investments in this really promising area of research. And as I mentioned before, we've already made recent and new investments that build upon previous work in this area of investigation. We have up to now received the endorsement of over 20 global MS organizations on this Pathways to Cure research roadmap. So there's already global consensus that, among other areas, targeting research in MS prevention is a high priority. And this study and others provide more clues and more guidance about where to focus new research investments. And because of the increased global leadership that society has taken in accelerating the development of treatments for progressive MS through the International Progressive MS Alliance, and also the consensus that we've built around Pathways to Cures, I'm more confident than ever that we will be able to inspire the other funders, other members of MS Movement to join us in a coordinated effort to fully understand the implications of the study, understand the implications for MS prevention, and be positioned to test promising prevention strategies, maybe even including the EBV vaccine in the near future.
Well, I want to thank you for helping us better understand the relationship between EBV and MS and for putting these new study results into context for us. Bruce, what would you say are the top 3 takeaways that you'd like our audience to remember?
Yeah, so the first is that we are closer than we ever have been to identifying and understanding the triggers and risk factors for MS. That knowledge is going to lead to prevention and treatment strategies that can be tested and will be tested in the next few years in clinical trials. And then my third point, John, is really that there are early warning signs of MS. As I mentioned, problems with vision, balance and walking, numbness, tingling, things like that. And that if you have a close relative with MS, maybe you're a woman, and maybe you had mono as a teenager, or you're a smoker. Those are all risk factors that I think would indicate that you really should be on high alert for those early symptoms and report them to your healthcare provider as soon as possible and see a neurologist as soon as possible. And that way we could potentially identify people very, very early on in their journey with MS. And we know that earlier we diagnose MS and the earlier we start treating it with an effective disease-modifying therapy, the better the long-term outcome is.
I think we have time for 1 or 2 more questions. We got one from Maggie that is interesting. She wants to know whether it's possible to have MS but not have EBV.
Yeah, that's a great question. It's extremely unlikely. So remember, we've said it many times now that 95% of the population has evidence for EBV. Well, up to now, 100% of people with MS have shown evidence of EBV. Now, that there is now one exception. The science paper that we were talking about, John, today, did have one case of MS without any evidence up to now of an EBV infection. As far as to the best of my knowledge, that's the first case ever in history of MS without evidence of EBV, but up to that case, there's been no evidence of MS without exposure.
And we heard from Angel, who's wondering, how do you find out if you have EBV? Is there a test for it?
Yeah, you can get a test for it, John. I'm not sure there's a lot of value in being tested for it. Again, you can assume. Since 95% of the population has evidence for EBV that you've had it, and it really isn't any actionable, I don't think, from the knowledge that you have it or not. I'd say the key knowledge that might be helpful for people at risk for MS is whether they had mono. That's probably more important than knowing whether you're infected with EBV.
Well, I want to thank everyone who submitted some great questions today, and thanks for being with us. Before we close, I want to remind you that the National MS Society's MS Navigator team is your best partner when it comes to connecting you to the very best information and
Of it matters.
I'm going.
Hey, Thirst, come drop that.
God, I wish I had trip mines.
Wish I could tell you that I want you here with me, but you'll never love me like the way we used to be. Too far from Saturn, lost in the patterns. Where's the stars align so we could be free? Palms are sweaty, knees unsteady. I can't see my head on straight. Heart is heavy, wasn't ready. Don't think I can see your face. Now we're just friends. How long till that ends? It feels like forever away.
That dude keeps coming in like into scan range and then leaving again. because I missed that. Fuck the shotgun round. Whatever, you can have it. Oh, oops, no. Not that. What is this? What is this shit you said to me?
Feathers been calling, my enemies stalling, my people been balling, my team we been wildin'. Canada 100, we use basic tools. Strategies moving where we gotta move. There wasn't no option, no time on the clock, and no setting it back, and we gotta get profit. I'm standing on top of the glory, the road. We was just rebels, ain't do what was told. When they asked me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game.
Well, I have no idea what your translation says, but okay. Fuck, that was it. Just me every fucking time. It was just me and one other dude every fucking time.
I was misunderstood, and the pressure will sit you right down, but I stood up, I mean what I say, and I say what I mean. On the balcony screaming, they just let me be. We had to slow it down, what goes around comes around. Oh, the frequency different now, I was going through different rounds. Hey, it's crazy, the progress is hitting now. Ain't no sitting and lost and found. I found what I lost in a minute now. I was on the wrong path, I admit it now. My only option was to get it now.
I got it on both and I learned from the losses. My failure was friendship, I saw it was costing. Started like everyone had certain tools. Only difference is I knew what to do. Now everyone calling when progress is stalling. My stock is misslowing, my life it ain't boring. Ain't no more hitting me up when you lose. When it's time to wake up, see you hitting the snooze.
When they ask me how we leveled up, without us getting stuck, we just muscled up. This game spin, no one gotta tighten up, gotta muscle up, or you will get stuck in this game.
What was it going to? I don't remember what I was going to say now. That was weird. What's dead? How fucking tweet? The battery's gonna shit in my phone. Like super shit. Like my phone is trying to give out after all these years.
How's it going, party people? I'm back. At least for now. What do I have? Half an hour? Half an hour. Oh, okay, so my issues with live stream yesterday weren't just me. Got it. Gilbert! I know you're lurking. Hi. Welcome in. Sorry I was AFK as this stupid freaking meeting. Even then I only got like half an hour till the next one anyway.
All my friends don't have MS, and we seem to be having the same problem. And so I think there are some of those things that can be challenging. I say I go into a room and I forget what I went in there for, and I think we all do that, and that could be normal. But there are more detailed tests that we can do. One of them is something called a symbol digit modality test that we use to assess memory over time in individuals with MS. And a change in that individual, can be detected that could be considered significant. And that would not be something that I would expect just with normal aging to occur. So there are other, more detailed assessments, of course, that can be done on memory with neuropsychological testing. But again, I really think it takes a detailed discussion, exam, and some other assessments to tease that out.
Charlie says he was diagnosed with MS at 58. He also has high blood pressure and diabetes. Is there a connection between late onset MS and other health conditions?
Yeah, so in terms of a direct connection, there's not, late onset MS is not causing those problems, and those problems aren't necessarily causing MS. But what we do see is that it's very important to manage those conditions as best we can, because both high blood pressure and diabetes, if not adequately managed, have been shown to accelerate the course of MS. And individuals with MS can get worse faster if those problems aren't managed. And the reason for that is high blood pressure damages our blood vessels that provide the brain with oxygen. And if we're not managing that blood pressure and controlling that high blood sugar, we can see more damage to the brain. And so we want to minimize damage to the brain and promote as much wellness and brain health as possible. And so, it's really important that individuals with MS are not only seeing their neurologist, but also their primary care provider to make sure that their overall health is being managed, because that's incredibly important as well.
No.
While we're talking about overall health, I'll add well-being to that. I'm wondering if you can recommend some ways for older adults with MS to stay active and involved, even as their abilities may be changing.
Yeah, so that we know that being connected to others and being physically active are two of the keys to lifelong wellness and optimal mental health and well-being. And these are incredibly important things that we talk about every day with our patients. And I think really applies to anybody who's aging. We know that there are a lot of opportunities for exercise through gyms, through local groups. There are, available classes really for any level of physical activity. I think that's one of the biggest misunderstandings, is that sometimes people think if they're not walking or if they can't stand very long, that they can't exercise. And so there are a lot of opportunities through the National MS Society and through other online exercise groups for wheelchair yoga, for chair yoga, for all kinds of exercise opportunities. At my center, we're very lucky because we actually have a neuro wellness center where people can join. The other thing that I think can be incredibly helpful if somebody hasn't been exercising to get started into that is to connect with neurophysical therapy and neurooccupational therapy. That can really help somebody to start off on a exercise program and to improve their activity in their regular daily life. And those individuals often have connections to local exercise opportunities that people with MS can continue long term. There are some silver sneaker groups out in the community. Those can be really great as well. And then in terms of, socialization, many people find that through their communities and their neighborhoods, through their religious groups or church. And so it's really about trying to find what is somebody's interest and what might be some of these areas where they can connect with others and stay connected and socially engaged.
How might the emotional impact of an MS diagnosis later in life differ from what someone might experience if they were diagnosed in their 20s or 30s?
Right. Well, I think that it can be quite shocking. Many people, when they come in with late onset MS, they often, question that diagnosis, which I think is a natural thing to do and, somebody really should do. To say, but wait a minute, I read about this and could I really have this? I'm 60 years old. Why would I get this now? And so I think there is a little bit of, questioning and that acceptance when somebody's identity may be so well defined by that age that it is really kind of earth-shattering and concerning to them as to, what will happen and how will this impact me? And I had all these plans for the rest of my life. I think that when somebody's younger with MS, it can also be quite shocking and there may be some of that questioning, but I think that, they are living with the disease longer and may feel more comfortable because they have all of these known options for treatments, and there seems to be a lot more information about younger individuals having MS. But I think that one of the most important things that my patients have shared with me is our ability to connect them with support groups, with other individuals who have MS, who are going through the same experience, has been really significantly helpful for their life and really feeling an understanding and a community of support. Additionally, many people have found support through psychologists, through talking with a counselor about what they're experiencing and how that's impacting them, and how to really realize, yes, I have this diagnosis and we cannot cure MS yet. However, I can still live my life and still go after all these things that I've always wanted to do. And it's not the end of my life.
A few minutes ago at the top of our conversation, you mentioned that a lot of people with late onset MS tend to have progressive MS. But late onset MS isn't the same, does not mean progressive MS. Can you talk about the difference there between late onset MS and progressive MS?
This means you got
That's correct.
diagnosed
so
later.
Late onset MS, as we discussed, is simply anybody who's 50 or older at the time of their diagnosis. And so these individuals could present with a relapsing course of the disease. So they may come in with a true initial attack or relapse where they've had a new neurological symptom coming on over hours to days that's constant for more than 24 hours, and then may ultimately have some improvement and not have any gradual worsening for quite some time. Progressive MS is something that could occur in anybody from the onset of MS, where they're really just noticing this gradual worsening of neurological function over time. Typically what we see is a gradual decline in walking, often as the course in that initial primary progressive course. And then there are individuals with a relapsing course who then later can have progression in between relapses. And we see that, and that's what's classically called secondary progressive MS. The other challenge that we see in the world of MS is that if we really look closely enough and we monitor people with fine testing, we actually see that much of MS has progression and that there is progression occurring. So I think there really is this movement in the field to ultimately perhaps move away some of these categories and really target what's important to that individual. But you're absolutely right. Not everybody with late onset MS has progressive MS.
And so we have a question from Linda, who says she's having more trouble walking and experiencing slower recovery times. She wants to know whether this means her MS is progressing.
Yeah, so I think that would certainly raise concern that her MS may be progressing. There are many things to think about when somebody's noticing a worsening. So when I see somebody in clinic, I always want to understand how long that's been going on, that they've noticed that, and what else might be going on with their overall health or what their activity level has been in their life. Sometimes we might determine that somebody has bladder infections, and that might be affecting their walking abilities and their motor function. And if we manage the bladder infections, they're doing much better. We may also find that if somebody has been under a lot of stress or maybe very busy or experiencing some depression, they may have become less active and are not as physically engaged in their everyday life. And so sometimes getting back into physical therapy and working to build up that endurance and that strength, people can be back where they are. So I think we always have to take a careful history of what's going on before we confirm that. But I think it's very important that that information be brought forward to her neurologist.
Are MS disease-modifying therapies beneficial for people with progressive MS?
Well, we know that there are two disease-modifying therapies that are FDA approved that have been specifically found to be effective for individuals with progressive MS. There's a medication called ocrelizumab that was the first and only FDA-approved therapy for primary progressive MS. And then siponimod was actually our first FDA-approved therapy for secondary progressive MS. We think that progression is driven by many factors, and one of the goals of the majority of our disease-modifying therapies available is to really shut down new relapses and prevent new inflammation with new lesions on MRI. And so, in some individuals with progressive MS, they may be on some of these other therapies with the goal of preventing that new inflammation. Our hope in the field is that with some of our newer therapies that are on the horizon, that will have an even better impact on progression. And so I think it's very individualized based on the person, but I will comment that in some of the post hoc analyses of our clinical trials of present day FDA-approved disease-modifying therapies, we often see that in older individuals, it tends to have less of an impact on progression. And so I think right now we truly understand that the earlier we can make a diagnosis of MS and initiate treatment, the greater the impact it will have on their course.
Are there other treatment options or approaches someone with progressive MS should be considering?
Absolutely. We know that treating MS is not just about the disease-modifying therapy. That's an incredibly important part of the care, but it is a complete holistic picture with the patient at the center, where that individual really needs to be supported with their overall health. And I think that is important from a primary care perspective, as we discussed, and managing other comorbidities. It's important from a rehab standpoint with care by physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy to really optimize somebody's physical fitness, physical health, and cognitive health. And it's also important from a mood standpoint, from either their neurologist or psychiatry or psychologist, helping to optimize mood. We know that there are supplements such as vitamin D that is found to be very important for multiple sclerosis. And so making sure that somebody doesn't have low levels of vitamin D that's impacting potentially their MS course. And then also, making sure that diet is optimized. We actually see that specific diets optimize brain health. And one of the diets that's been purported is the Mediterranean diet. But I think that, there's no one key that perfectly will manage somebody's MS, but it's really this entire holistic picture in their treatment.
Well, you shared some really important insights about late onset MS today. What would you say is the top takeaway that you'd like our viewers to remember and use?
The top takeaway is that no matter how old you are at the age that you discover that you have multiple sclerosis or that you're diagnosed, there is help out there, and there are so many things that can be done to promote a good quality of life and to help you navigate throughout this disease. And so, don't stay away from seeking care and finding your community of healthcare professionals and friends who will support you in this journey.
Well, thank you for being with us today, Dr. Nicholas.
Thank you so much, John.
Today's program survey has now been posted in the chat for your feedback. Please take a minute and complete it to help us create programs and topics with you in mind. Please be sure to visit the National MS Society's website for information and resources on MS, connection opportunities, and ways for you to get involved. You can also connect with an MS Navigator to receive personalized support by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. A recording of today's program will be posted on the MS Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSexpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. Finally, I'll invite you to join me each week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where we continue the conversation that we start here. You can find Real Talk MS on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Thanks for joining us for Ask an MS Expert. We'll see you next week. While chiropractic care can't treat MS or its symptoms, it may be able to relieve pain and discomfort related to MS. Welcome to Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, your moderator and host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. Today, I'll be asking our expert the questions you want answered. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators will be online throughout today's live program, answering your questions and connecting you to resources. Chiropractic care can be beneficial for people living with multiple sclerosis. It can help with pain and symptom management, and even increase mobility. Chiropractic care can also provide overall health benefits that help improve the quality of life for people with MS. Megan Frost, a physical therapist and co-owner at Step Therapies Incorporated in Minneapolis, Minnesota, is joining us today to talk about the possible uses of chiropractic care for MS. Welcome, Megan. Thanks for being with us today.
Thanks, John.
I hope you'll start us off by explaining what a chiropractor is and the type of training they receive.
Sure. A chiropractor is a healthcare professional, and they focus mostly on the musculoskeletal system, heavy on the skeletal side of things, particularly the spine and other joints, and the relationship the spine and those joints have to the nervous system. Chiropractors typically use hands-on treatments like adjustments or manipulation to manage pain and improve function by addressing alignment issues or joint being out of place, and improve mobility that way.
And what about some of the training they receive?
Sure, they earn a doctorate of chiropractic. They go to an accredited program, which is typically 4 years. Some of those programs have a couple of years of undergraduate, and some of them do not. And then they pass a licensure exam, which is a certification exam. So chiropractors are doctors, and they are licensed.
Now, you're a physical therapist with a background in chiropractic care, so you may be the ideal person to explain the difference between chiropractic care and physical therapy.
Yeah, and my first job, I was working with and for a chiropractor, so I got kind of a front line to how the professions work together and how they work separate, and I think that both are good, depending on the situation and the circumstance. But ultimately, a chiropractor focuses on the alignment of bones and joints, especially the spine, and the impact that has on the nervous system, using manual adjustments and techniques. The goal typically with chiropractic care is to improve a joint position. So if a joint gets out of place, the rest of the body isn't going to move well. And all of our muscles attach to bone. So if bone isn't in a good position, the muscle's probably not in a good position either. It can also help improve the communication between the nervous system and the muscle, and improve the function just by changing the alignment of the joint. So a physical therapist focuses more on improving general mobility, general strength, and function of the entire body, not specific to just a joint or alignment or position, but more specific to how that joint moves and how strong the joint is, and can we do the things we want and need to be able to do with those exercises and joints. And while PTs do provide some hands-on treatment, they also use a lot of exercises, stretching, modalities, and that type of thing to improve walking, mobility, and activities of daily living.
So when we look at chiropractic care and physical therapy, is one better than the other for someone living with MS?
Yeah, that's such a good question. I think at the end of the day, they need to work together, because having a joint in a good position but not having a muscle that can stretch or be strong, or having a muscle that can stretch and be strong with a joint in a bad position, neither works very well, right? And they have the master training, so to speak, of aligning the joint, and we have the master training, so to speak, of getting the muscle moving. And so really the professions have different focuses, and in my opinion can both be helpful. It really depends on the goal of the person looking to improve their mobility. If they, in my experience, if they think that a chiropractor might help them, they get a sense that something's off with the spine or the joint, or maybe they have a PT or a doctor telling them that something's off, then I think chiropractor could be a really good option for that. If it's more muscle, like there's something weak but the joints look to be in pretty good alignment, then I think a physical therapist would probably be a little better option for that.
So can you talk a little bit about how chiropractic care might benefit someone with MS?
Yeah,
I need to go to a fucking chiropractor.
I think that
I haven't been in one.
in general, you can, probably the biggest reason people seek out chiropractic care is pain. So some people have pain directly related to MS or the central nervous system, but some people with MS get pain that is not necessarily related to MS. It's just aches and pains that somebody without MS feels as well, whether that's neck pain, headaches, back pain, hip pain, all of those kind of things. So it can decrease spinal or joint pain. You can decrease headaches. You can improve the position of a joint.
We have MS doesn't mean we don't get other fucking issues, people.
Muscle function, and because the nervous system goes to our digestive tract, it really supplies the entire body. There are some secondary benefits that you can get as well in terms of digestion and energy and things like that.
Well, I'd like to drill down a little bit into some of the things that actually might happen during the chiropractic appointment. Can you explain how soft tissue manipulation is used in chiropractic care?
Sure. Soft tissue manipulation is a manual technique that addresses muscle, ligaments, and tendons. So that would be any type of manipulation somebody does that really isn't bone or skeletal. And PTs have a lot of, physical therapists have a lot of training in soft tissue manipulation as well. But the goal of those techniques would be to decrease pain, increase range of motion, promote healing, reduce swelling. And I might be a little biased, but I feel like PTs have a little more training in that area, and it's what we do more on the day-to-day than probably a chiropractor, whereas their specialty would be more on the skeletal side.
Can you tell us what a spinal adjustment is? And could an adjustment help someone living with MS who struggles with walking, for instance?
Oh, yeah, good question. So a spinal adjustment is like a manual manipulation, and it's used to address that joint position. So it's the hands-on technique that the chiropractor uses to change the position of a bone or structure, like the shoulder or the hip or the spine. It's a controlled, quick force that's used to improve that position and decrease pain and improve spinal function. And the whole goal is to sort of relieve pain and pressure on those joints. To help with walking, it would mean that the problem or the difficulty with walking is coming from an abnormality in joint position. So it's really hard to say without assessment whether or not a manual manipulation or a soft tissue manipulation would help somebody with walking. If the problem with walking has a component of a muscle problem, then manual manipulation may help that. If it has a component of joint misalignment or something being out of place, then a manual manipulation or adjustment could help that.
Oh yeah, look.
What other methods might a chiropractor use when they're treating someone with MS?
It'll just be longer because I've been meeting.
That's a good question. There are several different methods that chiropractors use, and so, in fact, there are even specialists in the chiropractic setting. So the chiropractor that I work for and the type of chiropractor.
And got a match. Watch me lose this one too. When do you unlock spears? I miss my spear.
Hi, gamer. Bad timing, unfortunately. I'm about to go into a meeting, so I gotta be AFK again. And then, let's see. I gotta do the meeting, and then I have to go pick up my kid, because super fun work from home dad stuff. But unfortunately, when I do the daytime streams, it's in and out of meetings all day. And when you work from home, there's only so much you can do, right? So yeah, we got the VOD going. I'll probably have to rotate the VOD by the time before I leave, because this VOD's only got half an hour left. So, but I'll just keep it on the hunt VOD, so I don't have to worry about changing text. But yeah, we'll be back. Okay, yeah, so it's almost 2 now. I gotta go straight from meeting to go pick up the kid. Kid doesn't get out of school till about 3:10, so I'll be back around 3:20. So got a while. So feel free to hang out. If you guys are feeling generous, feel free to do !charity and donate to the MS Society while I'm away.
I never realized how much I freaking relied on Serpent until I had a freaking prestige and reset it.
Or eat a bean or whatever I gotta do. But I will be back, guys. But me too, man. Me too. I feel that. But I have committed on socials and in person and stuff that I will be doing a 1% match to whatever the final tally is at the end and the last day of the event drive. So, like the 31st is on a Tuesday, right? Yeah, 31st is on a Tuesday. So if I'm streaming the 31st, I will do a 1% match during stream for whatever the final value is. And then in April we have one for Gamers Outreach. So we got 4 charity streams set up this year. I'll be doing a 1% match for all of them, which isn't a lot for those of you that are bad at math. You know, 1% of $100 is $1. I'm super fucking broke. I technically can't afford that, but I'm gonna do it anyway because I gotta incentivize you guys somehow. So do a 1% match at the end of the whatever the final amount is at the end of the drive. It's gonna be fun. I'm talking about MS stuff all day, every day at this point. Until I run out of days for me because work in April is gonna be dumb. But I need to get ready for this meeting. I'll get you guys when I get back. I'll swap the VOD over before I leave because my meeting should be over before the VOD is over. So I'll throw up a new VOD for you guys before I leave. I will be back. If you leave due to boredom, I totally understand. By the way, I'm just gonna put that out there. I get it. I'll see you guys later.
Of course, that's fine. A long way to go. Yo, what's up, guys? How you doing, man? Benamar, brother, how you doing? Stressful? Dude, fucking tell you. Last 6 months have been hell for everybody, I think. There's my car, apartment, no, just moved. So you spent all that time fixing your apartment and then you moved? Wow. I mean, I can't judge, right? We all have our situations going on, right? Essential stuff? Yeah. Toilet, shower, sink, yeah. Hi, Robbie. See, everybody shows up after we do our MS Monday, so I don't want to knock you out. You know, I'm new-ish to Hunt. I prestiged once, like a dumbass. But I also like suck at Hunt, so there's that. Oh, not what I wanted. Yo, the kids think you're fine, Robbie. I'm just giving you that shit. Well, that missed entirely. Come on back. Really? That didn't hit him? It was like right next to him. On the console? Yeah, I'm on Xbox. No, it was fine, Robbie. I'm just giving you shit. You're fine. You do your thing. All we did was rewatch a video for what the role of the Epstein-Barr virus plays regarding to multiple sclerosis. Yeah, no console, and of course there's no freaking crossplay in this game. You know what I meant. Right, and that's what's dumb. And the star bonus doesn't mean shit to me because I suck anyway. Like I keep getting matched against like teams or people with like 3 stars, 4 stars. I'm like, look, I got like 1. I got half a star. I suck balls at this game. Why are you putting me against these fucking people? Yeah, it's also like a love-hate relationship because as much as I want it to just be, you know, random or queue crossplay, because I do have PC peeps, MNK people are cracked when it comes to PvP shit. Come back here, Moped. I'll find out. Four stars to get Mo. I'm just saying the star thing is a joke. When I'm half a star, 1 star, getting matched up against 3 star, 4 star people, like it's not how that fucking works, man. If that's your idea of ranking, it's not fucking working. I missed. Right, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't. The idea of their star for lobby balancing is not working. And then the problem when it comes to Xbox has, I'm assuming, jack shit for players, because, I mean, there's a lot of times I don't even get, it'll be like one other solo guy that I'm playing against. But then they always kick my ass, but not the point. Yeah, because you're changing the star system. Yeah, there's something about the system is not. I don't think it's working the way they intended it to work. Come here, bitch. It's still empty for a solo console. I mean, basically. And the problem is trying to, like, even trying to run, like, a team fill, like, even a duo takes forever. So it's... bumping solos versus trios. Wow. Well, there is a sale right now. It's going until the 7th. I actually bought one of the things because it was cheaper to buy one of the things than it was just to frickin'... Or one of the additions for the extra stuff was cheaper than another one, which made me laugh. Because the cheaper one was the higher tier. So I won't fully understand that, but okay. I don't think they're pushing me at all. I kept checking the dark site and it wasn't even red yet, so I don't know. They might push me now. Get a full lobby in 3 minutes, yeah. See, how the fuck do you know that shit? I can't even hear that. I don't even see anybody. Where's the extract? Northeast. There's nobody even there. I guess we'll find out. That's where I'm going. Hi, Racha. Yeah, no worries, guys. I appreciate it, brother. Yeah, we're almost done for the night. I was hoping to end on a good note, which we'll take this as it is. But I'm not sure when you were here. I didn't even see him. Like, even on Darkside, they would have showed up, and they weren't there. So super weird. I don't know. You gotta remember, game and stream delay too. You could have been just hearing my own footsteps. It's alright, I'll take a leave it on a win. I'll take that. Yeah, there was only one other player. And who knows where the fuck he was. I'm assuming he was probably at the circus. Or he was dead. Who knows? I don't know. Nobody knows. Fucking Spears not until 33? Shit.
Alright, everybody, for everybody that's lurking, yeah, it's almost like I knew my meeting was going to be super
It's like when you first prestige,
we'll
like,
find
oh,
you
hey,
guys
look
a
at
new
these
VOD to hang out with,
like,
which I know is, you know, super exciting, right? But I have to go wait in line and go pick up my kiddo as my meeting's over. Look at that, and the next spot is Hunt. Look at that. I was on a Hunt kick for a while, apparently, which is fine. Hunt's a good game. Problem with a Hunt for console players is they're not a big lobby for it because Hunt is not crossplay, which is kind of dumb. I mean, kind of cool, but kind of dumb. Makes for very long load times and very small, irritating lobbies. So I will be back in approximately an hour. If you guys hang out the whole time, great. If you don't, I totally understand. Feel free to donate with exclamation mark charity to the MS Society while I'm away. I would appreciate it. And all the millions of people that are affected with MS would appreciate it. But I will be back in about an hour.
Riding on the night train, living like it don't get better than this, cause ain't nobody beating my friend. Tenor in my blood, I was born for this shit, and I've been cruising for a long damn time, going out of my mind. Had a glitch in the system, but now I feel fine. On the stream, kicking back, all we do is just vibe. We'll be riding with the boost number 025. Yeah, on the Twitch stream, chilling, beating Warframe. Benny's got caboose, and the L5 live straight killing every day. Yeah, on the grind, mind stay driven, getting paid. Twitch affiliate, like straight pimping, getting platinum. Bullets hit like magnums, corpus getting aired like Rainier and me be laughing. Chopping, doing fasted, you would think it's magic. All attacks are tragic, winning automatic. Cruising for a long damn time, going out of my mind. Had a glitch in the system, but now I feel fine. On the stream, kicking back, all we do is just vibe. Could be riding with the boost number 025.
Hey, Colonel. Boost Eric is Vibe here, and what I would like to do today is I would like to pose a new way of thinking.
Look who's first.
I've been cruising for a long damn time. Riding on caboose 025, 25. I've been cruising for a long damn time. I've been cruising for a long damn time. Riding on caboose 025, 25. Riding on the night train, living like it don't get better than this, cause ain't nobody beating my friend. Tenor in my blood, I was born for this shit, and I've been cruising for a long damn time, going out of my mind. Had a glitch in the system, but now I feel fine. On the stream, kicking back, all we do is just vibe. Could be riding with the boost number 025. Yeah, on the Twitch stream, chilling, beating Warframe. Benny's got caboose, and the L5 live straight killing every day. Yeah, on the grind, mind stay driven, getting paid. Twitch affiliate, like straight pimping, getting platinum. Bullets hit like magnums, corpus getting aired like Rainier and me be laughing. I've been doing fast.
Hi, Jim. Why is this restart? I have art. I played it the other day. Got the game to build over you go. You're currently playing Minecraft, aren't you? Concubine. I don't remember even seeing the concubine on the list of people. some of them are not. Some you can get by hunter blood tokens, others you can just do blood tokens. That makes sense. I get 30 cents compared to the music. The music shouldn't be higher, though. Come on. The music shouldn't even be that high at all. Is it really that high? I'm gonna turn it down a little bit more. Yeah, it shouldn't even be that high. I don't know when people never tell me things. So listen to your mods and switch games. I mean, I should. What the hell is that? I spam you with 100 game invites? Well, sir, that results in things called a block. Do not spam me with game invites. Sure, you never blocked me. I blocked the last people that kept spamming me party invites. People I didn't even know. No, normally I would, but this is going to be a short stream because I don't need to stay up too late. And if I start trying to teach somebody a whole new game, then I'm going to be up forever. And that's just not going to work. Why is that $15? Because you get 200, I guess. That makes sense. Just gonna average about at least half of the what you pay for, so I guess that makes sense. You get 2 hunters and it gives you $15. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Who needs sleep anyway? It's more than just sleep, but I just don't need to be up super late. I wasn't even gonna stream, but I decided I can't get partner if I don't stream, so do a short stream and see where we go from there.
I took a dive,
Still need slight damage. Just to make this character ranked up and I can move on to the next freaking stage. Next chapter. Should we even do Gamba? We can do Gamba. Hi, Miss Lucy. Nice to see you. Welcome in. And you came without backup. However, your mod's gonna ban me on my own channel. Ended up uninstalling Banisher? What the hell's Banisher? Your backup is asleep. You're fine, Lucy. We're adults. If I actually get on your nerves and you want me to stop, you're more than welcome to. I was just in a shit-talking mood today. We all know I'm not usually that bad. I usually let your clips speak for yourself. I usually don't have to say anything. How is Banisher, jeez? Installing Banisher. Let's hop on my odds. Act like mods not gonna. Hey, you know what? Whatever it takes, man. Between Alt and Cyber, at least somebody did finally did some work today. Usually they just act like chat. Thank you for shouting her out, jeans. Appreciate it. The game I was on the other day. I don't think I ever heard of Banisher. Oh, when you were streaming? Oh, I don't know. I was only lurking for a short time. They do right. They act like chat all the time. I can't say much better. I think it's the first shout out Jeans has done in a long time. Name the department? No, I don't have as much followers as you. It'd be cool, but it's a pipe dream. It's so nice to call the streamer ours, yeah. You obviously don't hang out in Lucy's channel, James. I call Lucy a lot of things. Oh. That makes things easy. one of them don't bully the other. What's so perfect? You turn a 1 out of 20 stream. Well, yeah, we have to bully each other. That's how it works. But yours don't bully you. That's the whole point. Kinky, yeah. If you don't sleep with one of your mods, I don't sleep with any of my mods. You can't afford me. If you lose his mods, you can try. Her mods don't do anything either. That's the whole point of this conversation. Lame? Yeah, it is lame, right? Can't afford it.
Force it. Oh, fuck, I'll force it, Daddy.
Come to me, powers of darkness, powers of whoreness, slutness. Behaviors that only you can touch it. Poor.
Sable getting stuck like that reminded me of a flashback. It was a memory.
I forgot I turned the walk-ons off.
Scared to see you always fluid in my bones. The something here was bound to take me home. You said you told me I'm an angel and now you're the close of coming. Just behind me, and I know it's when I can get you inside. You might be listening to me. Voices and guide you. Give yourself all the
Okay, now there's somebody else here. Did that dude res? Did I leave too early? No worries, take your time. If you're listening, so don't talk shit. I'm gonna talk shit. This is my channel, I can talk all the shit I want. I think I left that body too early. I should have hung out for another few seconds. I'm gonna call alt. Go ahead. What's alt gonna do? I mean, you can call alt all you want. It could be a lurker or a viewer. I appreciate it.
If not you, not you, I don't know. As above as
That is one side effect of being a console player. When my TV is so far away and I can't see people. Should have turned on Gamba. Yeah, still at least one person here. question is where? Shooting fucker, so I can see where you're at.
This is not a phase, my dear. Time heals the moment that our hearts were frozen, don't disappear. You escape from not knowing, but I got a feeling that I'll be right here for the rest of my life. Store it all, give you love you never want, shit tonight. Tonight. If the world isn't working the way that we found it, when we were too young to love, our attention is running, 5 seconds is burning a hole in our racing hearts. I wish we could find a space, a great escape, where we could find a break the mold. If it's us that we wanted, happy after the fall. And I wanna change it all. Tell me stories that I've heard 1,001 times before. I bet. Let me fall into your eyes and I'll be right here for the rest of my life. Store it out, give you love you never want, shit tonight. Tonight. But if the world isn't working the way that we found it when we were too young to love, our attention is running, 5 seconds is burning a hole in our racing hearts. I wish we could find a space, a great escape, where we could find a break the mold. If it's us that we wanted, happy after the fall.
You still up there is the question? No, I should have stayed in the fucking corner. fine. I deserve that. There was only 3, almost 4 people, right? And then nobody even went to the other bounty. So we all spawned nearby that one. I love when that happens. No, that's it. So the dude that I shot up there was the one I killed twice. Oops. No. Yeah, make it look pretty. Going to sleep. Shall see you the next time playing this game that I don't understand. Yeah, it's basically it's PvP VE extraction shooter. It came out. How old is this game? It's like 8 years or so, give or take. Wow, when did it come out? I know one of the copyrights makes it 8 years old. But I think that's for one of the engines, I think.
Oh, and good luck with your buddy in the Mercedes.
When did this game come out? Platforms, yeah, I know it's on all of them, thank you. This doesn't answer my question. Yeah, 2018. 2018 on PC, of course, and then 2019 on Xbox. And then PlayStation 4 was 2020. So yeah, it's going... If you just count when it initially released, it's 8 years ago. Still don't get it. Like, I see what's happening in the objective, but like, so much about it confuses me. It's essentially it. So, depending on the mission type, so the mission I was on, which is it's the basic one, it's called a bounty hunt. You go in with the intention of killing 1 or 2 bounty monsters, right? And then, when you kill the bounty monsters, you get what's called a bounty token, and essentially that is your reward that you're going after. So you take that, and then you extract, and you leave, and that's you. Now, you can, if there's basically 2 tokens every time in the game. You get the 2 and you extract, but other people are trying to kill you to steal your tokens, because there's only so many tokens you can get from the bounties. So the blue aura, there's a thing called Darksight. Darksight does a few different things depending on the traits that you have. Now, when it comes to other people, so when, for example, when you pick up a bounty token, you get what's called a dark side boost, which actually lets you see other players, but you only have like 3 seconds to use it. If you use it like within a second, you get 3 tries. Basically, you have a total of 3 seconds to use it. And then, what about that is other people can see you or your approximate location when you're holding a bounty token, because the lightning strikes when you're using dark sight, and when the lightning strikes, it'll show you an approximate area. It also shows you have to use dark sight to find the clues to find the bounty. The bounty is technically hidden. You have to find 3 clues, or use traits or tarot cards to find the bounty immediately. So that's what can take time, depending on how far apart the clues are. Like that one, I literally spawned right next to the bounty, so I only had to do 1 clue. The problem is I could hear other people coming, so instead of attacking the bounty, I was waiting for the other people. And I killed one, but I didn't kill the other one, so the other one killed me, so both bounties were still alive, so that dude now has 30 minutes to kill both bounties, get both tokens, and then extract. Because there was only 3 of us in the lobby. Isn't that fuzzy to everybody else too? This one look fuzzy on my end. Why does it look fuzzy? Yeah. It took me a minute to understand too. The funny thing is that it's easier to understand this than it is Arc Raiders. But that's okay. This game isn't for everybody. I started playing it in October when we were doing our stream for Gamers Outreach. We were trying to find the spooky games, right? So we started playing in October, and it's actually currently on Xbox Game Pass, so it was free for me to play it. Because it was awesome. But ironically, Xbox is doing a sale right now. And out of all the editions you can buy, the top tier one was cheaper than the other ones. So I spent like $25 and got like 2 or 3 hunter skins, like 2 or 3 weapon skins, some extra in-game currency for like $25. It was just funny that was the top tier purchase, and it was cheaper than the other ones. Yeah, so it's not far off from... What do you mean the equipment skin is not there? Oh, you're gonna be an asshole because I didn't unlock the first packs. Dude, to unlock require... Fine. Do it this way. And I'm gonna equip it. Then, I'm gonna go in here and I'm gonna change it. I was trying to save a few bucks, you bastard. Yeah, so like, look at it this way. So Phasmophobia, you have to use things to find evidence, right? Notagarius Fusion, yeah. So Phasmophobia, you have to use items to find your evidence. Essentially, Dark Sight, the blue aura, is how we find our evidence. And then, if we die, we lose all of our shit and have to spend money to get it back. Just like Phasmophobia does. No, they only see my location if I pick up a token. So, if I pick up the loot, the goal loot, then the map will show people where I am, but it doesn't show it precisely. And that's the whole point of it. Is it doesn't show them exactly where I am. If you're in the dark side, there's lightning from the ground in my approximate location. And then if you pull up the map, there's lightning on the map, which is a little bit easier to track people that way because then the lightning tracks people, but it's not a consistent strike. Like there's a few seconds before the lightning strikes on the map. But it gives them an idea of where I am still. So they can't see me. I can see them if I have time left on my boost, but otherwise it's still shoot on sight basically. There's no friendliness in this game like there is in Arc Raiders. I mean, there might be. I've never actually done proximity chat. Okay, I might run into friendly people. I just never tried. Because I don't have to kill the people. If I'm fast enough, I can get in, kill a target, get the token, and get out. That's the whole point of the thing. It's just you encounter other people. So it's you either fight or you run. And the other problem with this compared to like Arc Raiders is I cannot go against other solo people unless it's randomly queued. So like that last game, it randomly put 3 solos in the match. But I can only select an enemy team as small as a duo. So a 2-person team is primarily what I run into, but like Xbox and console game, this is not a very popular game for console players for some reason. I think it's fun. So the console lobbies are so small, there's many times I only load in the game with 1 other person, or that one only had 2 other people. But then sometimes there's 10 people in there. It's not a consistent thing because it's not a very big player base. Like there's not what's called, you can't pre-make a crossplay team. So like I can't have somebody on PC join my team. They'd have to be on Xbox to join my team. But apparently I can randomly queue in against PC people. Apparently. At least that's what I was told yesterday. Which is dumb. Just at that point, just let me load into an empty map. Don't put me against fucking PC people. Oh, but Lucy, before you leave, I know you're trying to go to bed. Do !_ Lucy so we can have your link in chat so people can go check out your website. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there, go check out Lucy's website. Go order some shit. She's got kids to feed. You're too shy for that? You're not too shy for that. And then there's games like this where I die immediately to low-level ads because I'm addicted. The dogs are some of the worst fucking things in this game. Like, you have to have ammo to shoot them. And I obviously can't hit the broadside of my arm. And you're not too shy for that shit. I mean, you can put your OF link, and you can DM it to me, I'll put it on there. It's fine. Yeah, so I like for example, I have a trait that gives me a self-revive one time, So now if I go down again, I lose. Like I can't get back up. Which is very likely at this point. If I started off this bad, I'm going to die again. I keep telling you, that's why you need to do. Well, I mean, you're not streaming right now, but I have a stream deck right there. This little button right in the corner. It says Pokefish. All I gotta do is hit it with my pinky. No matter what game I'm playing, if I see it, I can just tap it. Shit on the wire stream deck. Well, they're assholes. I'm sure you can buy a replacement. Stream decks are so popular anymore. I'm sure there's a way to get a replacement wire. Night, Lucy. I'm sure I'll see you later. Oops, missed that entirely. Bitch. That was just a lot of noise. I didn't even do that. Oh, good damn dogs. Game the fucking worst. want. Oh, fucking dog again. Fucking things are the bane of my existence. Dogs and hives. And immolators. 3 worst things to run into when you're solo. There's a lot of gunshots. I can only hope that whatever was going on, somebody died. Oh, he's not in range anymore? Hey, Robbie. I'm alright, how about you? Assassin's Creed, yeah, always good games. Always go back and enjoy. Yeah. Except like all those early ones I beat like 5 times. Because back then you didn't have Game Pass and stuff like that. Now that I want to play all the games I couldn't. Right, yeah, exactly. question is, where the fuck were you hiding? Yeah. Like that. Couldn't see him. That's okay. No stress game 2? Yeah. Do my Warframe? Yeah, exactly. It's like me, like I go through phases. Like I'm not, like obviously I haven't been in Warframe for a while, but when I do in Warframe, I am obviously at that point I'm gonna have like a length of grinding that I have to deal with, and that's about it. I mean, flame is cool, but I want my freaking high bomb spec. See, what's funny is that, like, I don't think, like, unlocking weapons really doesn't matter, does it? Right? I mean, like, I'm sure it does, but, like, not, I don't think it gives me anything fancy besides that extra version. Like, look at all these. I can't even use these. Fucking, let's see if we can find a second. Let's do a team fill for a duo and see what happens.
You guys look like you missed. Hi.
Chiropractic care I seek out if I need it is called activator adjusting, and it's a very specific method and training that chiropractors have and use. There's also a type of chiropractic called NUCCA. If you're looking this up, it's NUCCA. That's more for like upper cervical. The idea behind that type of chiropractic is that if you free the upper cervical spine, you get this line down the whole spine and everything gets healthier because you're freed up in the upper cervical spine. And those are just a couple of examples of adjustments and specialists that I'm a little more used to. But if you want to learn more about it, you can look those things up online. You can talk with a healthcare professional about it. There are so many different types of adjustments when it comes to chiropractic care.
We have some questions about specific MS symptoms. We heard from Aaron, who tells us he has severe foot drop, and he's wondering if chiropractic care could help him walk a little better.
Okay. Yeah, I think the goal would be that the adjustment, if chiropractic care could help Aaron walk better, the walking difficulty would need to be related to a joint or bone being out of place, or possibly the spine not communicating well peripherally with the legs. And so I've answered a lot of questions of people that come into the clinic for physical therapy, and their MS is body, but the spine also houses our peripheral nervous system, and those peripheral nerves go out and they help regulate individual muscles, so one muscle at a time, not necessarily the patterning of that muscle, but say the strength of just your big thigh muscle or the strength of your calf muscle. So if there's something going on in your peripheral nervous system, like the low back, say, and there's compression on a peripheral nerve, it could be causing weakness in a leg or weakness in a specific muscle that would be making walking difficult. In that type of situation, I would expect a goal of improving walking with chiropractic care to be realistic. If the walking difficulty is coming more from a central nervous system problem, say you're having some spasticity or some weakness related to a lesion location or some demyelination, then I think that's less of a realistic goal to improve your walking with chiropractic care. So again, it kind of comes down to the assessment and that conversation you have with the chiropractor to determine what you guys think the cause of that abnormality is and what can be done to, if there can be anything done with spinal adjustment to improve that communication.
So I think you just started to answer my very next question. We heard from Susanna, who says she has progressive MS and struggles with spasticity, especially in the hot summer months.
Yeah.
And she's wondering whether chiropractic care can improve her spasticity.
Sure. I think that spasticity is more of a central nervous system problem where the brain is sending an abnormal muscle signal to a group of muscles at a time that you don't really want those muscles contracting. So you're trying to move in one direction, the brain sends a signal to a group of muscles that get in the way or move you in another direction, and that movement's not as effective. This is oftentimes exaggerated by things like heat, because our internal body temperature has a lot to do with how well we pattern those movements. So again, with assessment, the other thing that happens with spasticity is it results in you being in a position you maybe don't want to be in, like one leg or arm being really stiff or really bent. And so positioning can be one thing that can help control spasticity. So if you're going through an assessment and a chiropractor determines that the position of your neck, maybe having a really forward head, or the position of your shoulder maybe being a little too forward, is contributing to your arm wanting to spasm more. Same idea down in the hip, then possibly an adjustment to change that position could have an effect on that spasticity. I think PT can also benefit that because we're trained in positioning and stuff as well. But if there's a component of tightness related to compression on the peripheral nerve from a joint or the spine, then a chiropractic adjustment may have an impact on that spasticity. I don't think it'll help the heat sensitivity. I think you got to think about cooling and other resources for that.
What other MS symptoms might be improved by chiropractic care?
Boy, I think that in general, is that it could impact almost any MS symptom based on manual adjustment to realign the spine and improve the communication of the nervous system. So it sounds like kind of a blanket answer, but it would be really hard for somebody in your life, including me or a friend or a family member, to tell you for certain whether or not you're going to get benefit or not get benefit from a chiropractic adjustment. In my experience, chiropractic adjustments have been most effective with pain symptoms and also some digestive systems. But that's not to say that those are the only symptoms that can be impacted by chiropractic care. I think if you find a healthcare professional who you trust and you discuss the problems and the symptoms you're having, hopefully you'll find somebody that can kind of make a list of things that they think can be impacted by a chiropractic adjustment, and also make a list of things that maybe aren't likely to. And you can proceed with, the list of things that are likely to improve and go that way.
What does research about the benefits of chiropractic care for MS, what does that research show?
Yeah, I think the research in terms of helping specifically MS is kind of inconclusive. But I also think that that's because there really isn't anything, the only thing out there right now that I know of, and this is just based on my knowledge, is that disease modifying therapies are in place to directly impact the disease process. The rest of us and all those other medications are symptom managers. And so will MS change the progression of will chiropractic care change the progression of your MS? No. But can it help you manage some of those symptoms of your MS? Yes. So I would consider the benefits that the general public gets from chiropractic care. And does that make sense for you?
Does health insurance cover chiropractic visits?
Oh, that's a good question too.
It's an important question, right?
That's a really good one. That ends up being a little bit loaded. It really depends on the practice. So in my experience, all or most insurances have chiropractic benefits, and you can call them member ID number on the back of your card, or a lot of companies now have an online service where you can do what they call verify benefits. And if you call, you can just say, I'd like to verify my chiropractic benefits, and they'll tell you if you have a deductible, if you have a copay, if you have a visit limit. They'll tell you all of those things. They can also look up providers and let you know if that provider is in network or out of network. And so all insurances, I think, have a way to cover some form of chiropractic care. Not all chiropractors take insurance. So if you're looking for a chiropractor and using your insurance is really important to you, you're going to want to make sure before you go in for the evaluation that they take the insurance that you have and that they take insurance at all. I would also encourage you with chiropractors to ask about cash prices. I have a high deductible medical insurance plan. I prefer to pay cash because it's $45 and because I don't use it frequently, it's a better financial situation for me to do it that way than to go through insurance. But I would definitely caution you against prepay for chiropractic services. Sometimes chiropractors will do that where they'll want you to pay for like 10 or 12 sessions up front. That really isn't a thing. You should have your treatment, pay for your treatment, and then come again and do that over again. And then I've heard patients tell me that they want them to pay like $40 for a membership and then they can come as many times as they want. That doesn't make sense to me either. I feel like there should be an assessment and a plan, and you should pay as you go. That's just a better model. And there are chiropractors that have that type of model.
Well, Stella tells us she's actually seeing a chiropractor for the first time next week.
Oh,
what
wow.
can she expect at that appointment?
Oh my goodness. Well, I don't know 100% sure for chiropractic. I have had a chiropractic evaluation and I've sat in on a couple, but that was years ago now. So I would expect an examination. Examinations usually talk with some talking. The doctor will get your history, talk about any other diagnoses you might have, any other injuries, surgeries, things that could potentially impact your joint position, the position of your spine. They should ask a lot about your current symptoms. Do you know the cause? They might ask a little bit about your lifestyle. And I always like a doctor who asks about what my goals are, because the whole reason you're in there is to accomplish something. And so if you say like your goal is to run a 5K and you would want them to know that, or if your goal is to improve your pain, you're going to want them to know that. Then they'll move into a physical exam. Most chiropractors will get blood pressure, respiration, pulse. They'll check your posture. They'll look at range of motion, strength. They might check your reflexes. And then as professionals, physical therapists and chiropractors have what's called special tests, where we can put the joints and muscles through certain movements that gives us an indication as to whether or not that problem or symptom is coming from a certain area. Is it muscle? Is it joint? Is it nerve? And that helps us decide which type of treatments will be appropriate for what you're experiencing. Sometimes chiropractors do diagnostic tests. Some chiropractors do their own x-rays. In my experience, it's less common now, but some still do that. And some will do like what's called a surface EMG, where they'll take a tool and run it up the back of your neck, and it compares like the left and right sides of your neck, and a lot of times one side will sort of heat up, so it looks like it's overworking compared to the other side. And they use that as a tool just to show you posturally that things are in balance, and it's probably because of joint position, you have one set of muscles firing more than the other.
Well, Austin wants to know how he can go about finding a chiropractor and what should he be looking for when he's choosing one.
Sure, a great question. I think the MS Society suggests using a website called Hands Down Better, and I've been to that a couple times and I like it because it shows a lot of information about chiropractic care. In my clinic, when I have people talk about finding a chiropractor, I first ask them, have they seen anybody before and did they get good results? Because if they did, it kind of makes sense to go back because that person knows them and they know that person. Second would be, do you know anybody who sees a chiropractor who's having a good experience? And getting a word of mouth referral, because that's a connection to the doctor that holds them responsible and accountable, because they can relate to you through somebody they already know. And then there's just like a local Google search, and you can go to websites, and sometimes that's overwhelming, but some people do well with that too, where you can go to websites and just see, does this look like a good fit for me? And I always tell people, consider things like accessibility, and don't be afraid to do an interview with somebody and not choose to do care with them. That's being a consumer of medicine. It's okay. There are a lot of physical therapists, there are a lot of chiropractors, there are a lot of neurologists. It's okay to say, that's not the right fit for me, but I'm going to keep trying. It doesn't mean that that's not what you need. It just means that that person wasn't.
Well, what about the flip side of that question? Are there any warning signs that someone like Austin should be looking out for when searching for a chiropractor?
Yeah, I would really stay away from promises, because I think, there aren't very many promises, and especially living with MS, that's a complicating factor when it comes to joint position and alignment, because people living with MS have other symptoms that get in the way, like having to swing your leg funny, which is of course going to impact your hip or your back, or spasticity, which without your help puts you in a bad position and can affect your joint alignment. So if somebody's promising you a change, they're probably not being 100% honest. I also think, the prepay system, like I talked about before, I wouldn't suggest doing anything like that. And then scare tactics. If you don't do this, then this might happen, or your disease is going to progress if you don't have chiropractic care. Like I said before, that's really not a thing. Chiropractic care would be symptom management of your MS. It would not change the myelination, demyelination, formation of new lesions. That's all done with the modifying therapy.
Well, I want to thank you for sharing some very helpful information about how chiropractic care might benefit someone who's living with MS. What would you say is the top takeaway that you'd like our viewers to remember and use?
Yeah, I think my top takeaway is that chiropractic care can be a good resource for symptoms both related to MS, but also any symptoms not related to MS. And just because you have heard something about chiropractic care, if you really think deep down that it's a professional that could help you, that I would suggest trying to find somebody. And then right on the heels of that would be not being afraid to say, you're not the right fit for me, I'm going to look for something different.
Well, I want to thank you for being with us today, Megan.
You bet. Thank you.
Today's program survey has now been posted in the chat for your feedback. Please take a minute and complete it to help us create programs and topics with you in mind. Please be sure to visit the National MS Society's website for information and resources on MS, connection opportunities, and ways for you to get involved. You can also connect with an MS Navigator to receive personalized support by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. A recording of today's program will be posted on the MS Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSexpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. Finally, I'll invite you to join me each week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where we continue the conversation that we start here. You can find Real Talk MS on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Thanks for joining us for Ask an MS Expert. We'll see you next week. In this week's edition of Ask an MS Expert, I'm John Strum, and I'm the host of the Real Podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years. So I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. I'm a past member of the International Progressive MS Alliance Scientific Steering Committee, and currently I'm a district activist leader and trustee for the National MS Society, and I chair the Society's California Government Relations Advisory Committee. The MS Society's Ask an MS Expert webcast is designed to give us a place for the MS community to connect and to connect you with MS experts who are ready to answer your questions on the topics that impact people affected by MS every day. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch MS navigators are online throughout today's program, answering those questions and connecting you to resources. Studies suggest that MS impacts women almost 3 times more than it impacts men. And for some men, having what is typically thought of as a women's disease may increase the challenges associated with diagnosis, acceptance, and treatment adherence. Today, we're joined by Dr. Robert Shin to talk about MS and men, why it's important for men to get that diagnosis, start early treatment, and find support. Dr. Shin is a professor in the Department of Neurology at MedStar Georgetown University Hospital, and he's the director of the Georgetown Multiple Sclerosis and Neuroimmunology Center. Before we get started, I'd like to note that we acknowledge that sex and gender exist on spectrums. In our discussion today, we'll use the terms male or men and female or women to refer to a person's sex assigned at birth. Now I'd like to welcome Dr. Shin, and thanks for joining us today. Early diagnosis and treatment are really key to living your best life with MS and experiencing fewer debilitating symptoms. But research published in the Journal of Neurology makes the case that men can take longer to report symptoms or get evaluated for MS, and they often start treatment later. So Dr. Shin, why is this finding important, and how can early diagnosis impact MS in men?
Well, you touched on it in your introduction. For instance, just the observation that men are less likely to be diagnosed than women. As you said, studies suggest that 3 times as many women as men are diagnosed with MS. Raised a lot of questions, and then the observation that men diagnosed with MS seem to have a worse prognosis. They often seem to have more disability or more rapidly convert from relapsing MS to progressive MS, and sometimes just seem to not respond as well to therapies. These observations raise questions, and you've already mentioned that it's been discovered that men might be delayed in terms of being diagnosed with MS. And this delay might be because they're slower to seek medical attention, or perhaps we in the healthcare field are slower to recognize it in men. And all of these factors come together because, again, as you pointed out, what is the one thing that we've learned? One of the most important lessons we've learned over the past decade or two is that early, effective treatment of multiple sclerosis makes a humongous difference. So maybe if I circle, I guess, back the other way, I would say if men are less likely to be diagnosed, or their diagnosis is delayed, or they are offered treatments later in their disease course, perhaps this explains why we observe that they in general seem to have a worse prognosis. So anything we can do to fight against those factors, I think could be very meaningful.
Well, as you well know, part of the tricky part here is that the first symptoms of MS can be vague and they're often easy to dismiss. What are some of the symptoms that men should be aware of, symptoms that could be possible indicators of MS, and when is the right time for them to talk to their doctor?
Well, it's difficult to single out just a few symptoms because, and I think as you well know, people who live with MS can have a variety of different neurological symptoms. Really, since MS affects the brain and spinal cord, anything that the brain and spinal cord controls can be affected by MS. So some early symptoms that are common can be visual symptoms such as blurring or doubling of vision, sensory symptoms such as numbness, pins and needles, pain at times, obviously weakness, tripping, stumbling, having trouble with balance, trouble with coordination, maybe even sometimes early bowel and bladder symptoms or issues with sexual function. Cognitive issues we're increasingly recognizing as being common early in MS. So gosh, there's so many symptoms, it's almost what symptoms would you not worry about? But I think we might want to fight against the tendency to maybe, if you will, blow things off. Say, oh, it's nothing, or I'm okay, or the idea of shaking it off. Maybe if we can educate the community that any of these neurological symptoms, blurred vision, numbness and tingling, a little bit of weakness, a little bit of imbalance, should be taken seriously and maybe should be assessed by a physician or neurologist. That would apply to men or women. But I think in the context of today's podcast, obviously we want to make sure that men are getting that message.
We heard from Mark, who tells us he's living with MS. He's in a support group with several women, and he's noticed that the women in support group have very different symptoms than he does. Mark's wondering why that is. We've already begun to touch upon this, and what he really wants to know is whether MS symptoms are different in men than they are in women.
Well, I'm going to tell you my opinion is that MS does not really affect men and women differently. So brain, spinal cord, the symptoms we discussed are going to be present. But I do think there may be a different threshold for recognizing that something is significant. And there may be, if you will, gender role or stereotypes that result in men maybe ignoring certain symptoms. So I'll give you a great example, which would be just numbness and tingling. So I have many of my patients who may have noticed a little bit of numbness and tingling, and they said, I should get this checked out. I need to find out what's going on. And I'm going to stereotype and say maybe women may be more comfortable doing that. Whereas there may be a situation where men would just shake it off, or I'm fine, or I'm macho. I'm not going to pay attention to that. It's no big deal. As a result, what we may see is that when men are diagnosed with MS, or when they've sought medical, it's for, if you will, more dramatic symptoms. Perhaps they finally went to a doctor when they started dragging their leg. They were having trouble walking, and they sought medical attention. Maybe it's because they had very dramatic double vision and they really couldn't ignore that, for example. So if you put men and women into a group and they're sharing their experiences, it may appear that men have different symptoms than women. I would argue perhaps that's really an artifact of the fact that men may be missing or have neglected some of the earlier signs of the disease.
Well, this may relate to something you just said. I was going to ask you not so much about symptoms now, but about disease course itself. Does MS progress differently in men than it does in women?
Right. Well, I might have mentioned this in passing, but there has been the observation, for instance, that men are more likely to be diagnosed with a progressive form of MS, including primary progressive MS. It's been observed that the time of conversion from relapsing MS to progressive MS may be shorter in men than in women. And it's been observed that just overall, if you look at the amount of disability, that men seem to end up with more disability than women. Now, one possibility will be that there's a sex difference, that men and women, for some hormonal reason, are different. But as we discussed earlier, my concern would be that what if these observations are really just a result of delay in diagnosis? For instance, you mentioned at the very top of this podcast that men are 3 times as likely as women to be diagnosed with MS. It's interesting because when we started to first look at this, the first statistic was really that the ratio of women to men was more like 1.5 women for every man. And then later, studies suggested that it seemed like there were twice as many women as men being. And now, recently, as you pointed out, it seems like 3 times as many women as men are diagnosed. So one question would be, well, why does this ratio seem to be shifting? And of course, there could be, I guess you could hypothesize some sort of change in biology over the past 40 or 50 years that we've been looking. But I would also say the other thing that's different is we keep talking about multiple sclerosis as a disease of women. That's almost the first thing we say is multiple sclerosis. We've often said primarily affects white women. Now, I know that you've done a lot of good work in bringing light to the fact that actually Black and white Americans are equally likely to be diagnosed with MS, or maybe African American women, maybe more. So you're doing a lot to fight that, if you will, misinformation that it's primarily a white disease. I would argue we should do the same for the, if you will, I would argue point that MS primarily affects women. I would say that we should stop saying that. Whether technically true or not, I think the only thing emphasizing that does is lead us to underdiagnose it in men. Or as you pointed out, for men to say, wait, how do I have MS? I thought it was a woman's disease, as you pointed out. You said something I think maybe that women are 3 times more impacted. Men and women are impacted by MS, regardless. But I would use the analogy of, let's say, heart attacks. I could go to a different medical condition. Because I don't know if your listeners know this, but 3 times as many men as women are diagnosed with heart attacks. But we have observed that when a woman has a heart attack, her outcome is worse. She's more likely to die of a heart attack than a man. And we realize, what's happening is we are underdiagnosing heart attacks in women because we just stereotype that it's a man who would have one. And so there's been a lot of effort to teach people about the signs of heart attack: chest pain, dizziness, arm pain, fatigue. And we don't emphasize men and women. Just, hey, if you're a human being and you have these symptoms, get attention right away. And I feel like we should do the same. In MS, we keep emphasizing MS affects women more than men, but men have a worse outcome when they haven't. Well, what if this is all just because we're emphasizing the wrong message? What if we could emphasize the symptoms, the neurological symptoms like dizziness or numbness or vision loss, weakness, whether you're a man or a woman, pay attention to those symptoms and get attention. And if the sex ratio is a little bit different, why does that even matter? That shouldn't really be an emphasis.
Do we know whether MS reduces testosterone levels or whether decreased testosterone levels play any sort of a role in causing MS or impacting its symptoms or disease progression in men?
Well, it's a great question. The impact of hormones, whether testosterone or estrogen, has been examined and looked at because of the observed sex differences that we're talking about. My take on the data is that we don't have definitive evidence that MS raises or lowers testosterone. It's a little bit tricky because, for instance, low testosterone in men is probably actually underdiagnosed, and the symptoms of low testosterone can include things like fatigue and some type of cognitive impairment, which can, for let's say a man living with MS, how do you know whether it's MS or maybe a hormonal issue? And I think that really confounds the issue. But my opinion is that we don't have definitive evidence that multiple sclerosis impacts hormone levels or is clearly impacted itself by hormone levels.
Which factors should men and their doctors consider in selecting an MS disease-modifying medication?
Oh, well, this is certainly a tricky question. And again, I would tie this back to maybe observations when we look at race in multiple sclerosis. For example, it's been observed that members of certain racial or ethnic minorities in the US who have MS have a worse prognosis, which might make you think, hey, maybe we should pay more attention to that and maybe offer highly effective therapy. The irony, at least in the US, is that the very same minority populations that we've recognized have a worse prognosis are often offered less effective therapies or don't have access to the more effective therapies that have been developed over time. Now, when I translate that into looking at men, for example, we've sort of said over and over again, men seem to have a worse prognosis when they're diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. One might argue, should we be using different therapies if you're a man or if you're a woman? I'm not so sure I would translate the observations in that way. For instance, I would be more interested in why do men seem to have a worse prognosis? Why do they have more progressive MS? If it's because of a delay in diagnosis, then, or if that contributes to it, then I would say that's where we should put our attention. Earlier, accurate diagnosis in men. But once a man has been diagnosed with MS, I'm more of an advocate for look at that individual person. If they do have a lot of pre-existing disability, if they have a high burden of, let's say, spinal cord disease on their MRI, those factors may push me to offer a more highly effective therapy earlier. But I'm going to say not because you're a man. I would say, but it would be because of your unique situation. So I just personally would be reluctant to make a generalization. But I think that the emphasis of saying, but look at this individual with MS. What is their situation? Should we be opting for a highly effective therapy earlier? That's going to be an individual decision.
Effectively managing MS means more than just addressing physical wellness. When you're living with a chronic health condition, it's important to manage stress, pay attention to your mood, and build and nurture relationships. What kinds of interventions would be helpful in addressing these kinds of issues? And what's the best way to approach some of those conversations that men aren't always great at having?
Well, how interesting that as soon as you mentioned each of those factors that are very important for wellness, just in today's culture, they seem like female issues. They seem like things that we don't traditionally include for men, just in these gender roles. Stress management, be a man, like man up, or just handle it is really the way our culture approaches things. Paying attention to mood. Often when we're talking about being sensitive or talking about feelings, we culturally perceive this to be more of a feminine approach. Building relationships, really that's about also being open, communicative, and being willing to ask for help. All things that, again, stereotypically we associate more with women than men, unfortunately. So I think that given the evidence that these factors are important, we do have to maybe make a little bit more effort for people living with MS or men in opening up those doors or encouraging them to do things like pay attention to their emotional health, be willing to ask for help, be willing to be a part of something with a support network. So I think you're bringing attention to these factors in the management of multiple sclerosis might help to offset maybe some of these pre-existing gender stereotypes that honestly we live with every day.
Well, while we're talking about mood, depression is very common among people who are living with MS. Do we know whether the incidence for depression among the MS population is greater for men than it is for women?
Well, interestingly, I have to be honest, I don't know, maybe you've already done a podcast on this subject, but mental health is so important in multiple sclerosis. In fact, anxiety and depression are present in more than half of individuals living with MS, according to some studies, and it's just really underappreciated and under-addressed, whether you're a man or a woman. Now, the reality is, MS aside, depression is diagnosed more frequently in women than, actually, interestingly, the studies would suggest that women are 1.5 to 3 times as likely to be diagnosed with depression as men. It's almost the exact same statistic as MS. But part of this, again, I think is confounded by this. Women are more likely to be diagnosed with depression. Isn't necessarily the same thing as saying that women have more depression or are more likely to have it than men. There could be the same bias, under recognition in a group which, as we just mentioned, might be reluctant to talk about their feelings, or we as healthcare providers may not be as comfortable even broaching the subject. So it's hard for me to make a general statement. Again, I think I should be, the healthcare field, we should be vigilant for symptoms of mild depression or anxiety in all of our patients. This could be, by the way, it doesn't have to be sadness and crying. It could be fatigue, disturbance of sleep, low energy, decreased sex drive, decreased appetite. All of these symptoms could be part of, could just be part of MS, but also perhaps are related to MS associated depression or anxiety. And so being vigilant for men and women, I think, is very important.
We heard from Dennis, and he's experiencing sexual dysfunction, making it difficult for him to be physically intimate with his wife. Now, Dennis wants to know if this is something that's directly caused by his MS. Could it be caused by his MS medications? And more importantly, Dennis wants to know what he can do about it.
Right, very important questions. And this brings up a subject that often people may be not comfortable talking about. Hopefully, people living with MS will have a good relationship with their healthcare providers where they can confide this sort of information. Now, we already mentioned that some types of symptoms can be associated with MS-related issues like some mild depression. For instance, decreased sex drive, decreased energy is going to affect your sexual health. Now, these things may be more secondary to a little bit of mood disorder, which maybe could be addressed in that way, whether with medication in some cases or things like cognitive behavioral therapy or counseling, for example. However, multiple sclerosis does affect the central nervous system. It affects the brain and spinal cord, and therefore MS can directly affect things like certainly urinary, function, as we well know, but also sexual function. And this is for men and women. If we're honest, often in the, sexual function side, people think about erectile dysfunction for men, which absolutely can be affected directly by multiple sclerosis or indirectly by decreased libido. But let's not forget that there can be sexual symptoms for women as well for the very same reason, due to decreased sensation and decreased functioning. Now, as to what to do with it, once recognized, really the key is to get to the root of it. Again, if it's energy level, if it's mild depression, then obviously we need to address that. There are options for addressing, if you will, more functional sexual symptoms. And in that case, I usually refer my patients to a urologist or urogynecologist for women to address those symptoms. So it's very good that you brought this up because, again, sometimes in our culture we're hesitant to speak about it, but it's so important from a quality of life standpoint. Intimacy is so important in any relationship. And also letting people know that there might be some options. There might be ways we can improve this, just by being open about it. So I appreciate you bringing this up.
And maybe as a follow-up, does MS impact the man's ability to have children? And are there any medications men should avoid while trying to conceive with their partners?
Well, very interesting. I would say that, to my knowledge, there is no direct impact on fertility from having multiple sclerosis. Now, I've had many men and women living with MS who had concerns about things like, why will I give MS to my children and things like that, where I usually I say, no, we don't directly pass on MS to our children in any way, and so they shouldn't certainly be worried about it in that regard, in my opinion. But I guess I would also reassure them that having multiple sclerosis, to my observation, does not impact fertility. Obviously, the other issues we were just addressing in terms of libido and sexual functioning, we would want to address that, but fertility shouldn't be different. As far as medications or disease-modifying therapies to avoid, there are now so many different MS disease-modifying therapies. One should be careful about generalization, but I'm going to generalize and say that there really isn't a humongous difference or, in my opinion, concerns with different medications affecting things like fertility in men or women for that matter. Now, having said that, individual MS disease modifying therapies may have specific guidelines in terms of, conceiving on or off the medication, or in terms of washout, if you will. So that will be specific to individual medications. But as a general statement, no. Being a man doesn't mean that you're going to have different treatment options than a woman over some sort of fertility concern.
Well, thank you for helping us better understand some of the different ways that MS impacts men, as well as some of the things that men should be aware of in managing their MS. Let me ask you, what would you say are the top 3 takeaways that you'd like our viewers to remember today?
Top 3 takeaways. Well, one, as I maybe sermonized a little bit earlier, we need to stop talking about multiple sclerosis as a disease that primarily affects women. Whether statistically true or not, MS affects people, whether you're a man or a woman. So secondly, I would say we need to educate men and women, but men in particular, about potential symptoms that should be addressed or investigated, like numbness and blurred vision and weakness and dizziness. And also encourage each other to seek medical attention if someone were to share that they're experiencing a symptom. And then really, I guess, last but not least, would be emphasizing what you brought up at the beginning. The key to fighting this disease, for anyone really, is early accurate diagnosis and early treatment with a highly effective disease-modifying therapy. And so I guess indirectly with points 1 and 2, if we're able to diagnose MS in men accurately and earlier and get them on an effective therapy, I think we're going to be able to make a tremendous amount of impact.
Well, thank you for sharing your expertise again on these topics. I think we have time for another question. We heard from Joanna, whose husband has MS. And Joanna wants to know whether having MS impacts her husband's life expectancy.
Oh, well, when I first started learning about MS, this was in the era before there were any disease-modifying therapies, if you can believe that. MS was a not treatable disorder. And I was taught that MS did shorten life expectancy a little bit because if somebody had a tremendous amount of disability, which was common back in those days, they would be susceptible to things like pneumonia and bladder infections and things like that. Today, I actually don't, I basically say that MS does not affect life expectancy for men or women. And this is partially a reflection of our ability to better treat and control this disease early on. So I would just say, MS does not affect life expectancy. Now, I will kind of comment that it has been observed that women live longer than men. And I guess Joanna's married to her husband. There's sort of a funny irony. You know, there was some data that suggested that when men and women get married, men's life expectancy increases, but women's decreases a little bit. So I don't know what men are doing to their spouses that would do this. But in general, although technically, statistically true that men have a shorter life expectancy than women, just for all human beings, multiple sclerosis does not affect that.
Well, I want to thank everyone who submitted some great questions, and thank you for being with us today, Dr. Shin.
Well, such a pleasure to be with you. Thank you so much.
Before we close, I want to remind you that the National MS Society's MS Navigator team is your best partner when it comes to connecting you to the best information and resources on living with MS. You can reach an MS Navigator by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. For information and resources on multiple sclerosis, please visit the Society's website. You'll find research updates and news, information on connection programs like self-help groups and MS Friends. You'll find ways to get involved, and you'll hear about upcoming events that are taking place near you. Remember, you can connect with the National MS Society and others affected by MS on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and LinkedIn. And I hope you'll join me every week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where I continue the conversation that we start here. You'll find Real Talk MS at realtalkms.com, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. I'd like to thank Dr. Shin for joining us today. Please remember that a recording of this webcast will be available at the Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSexpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. I hope you'll join us at this same time for next week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. You can always find our upcoming program topics on the National MS Society's website. And now I have a favor to ask each of you. Getting your feedback on today's webcast is important. So if you're watching on Facebook Live, you'll see a link to a survey pinned to the comments section. And on YouTube, you'll find that link in the program description. Completing the survey makes a real difference. The information you provide helps us continuously improve, and it helps shape future programs. The survey takes just 1 minute, so I hope you'll take a minute to fill it out. On behalf of Dr. Robert Shin and the National MS Society, I want to thank you once again for joining us. Please stay safe and make healthy choices. Living well with MS means learning how to navigate uncertainty. Welcome to this week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, and I'm the host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. Today, I'll be asking our expert the questions you want answered. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators will be online throughout today's program, answering your questions, connecting you to resources. Finding peace in uncertain times involves acknowledging and processing your emotions. It includes focusing on what you can control to create mindfulness and connection with others. And it also means developing a sense of resilience and adaptability. Joining us today to talk about finding peace in uncertainty is Andrea Arts, a licensed social worker who has extensive experience working with people living with MS. Welcome, Andrea. Thanks for being with us today. You know, I always like to start these conversations by getting definitions out of the way. So how do you define navigating uncertainty? Well, what does that mean?
Well, it's a good question. For me, navigating uncertainty really means moving through situations when there's a lack of predictability or we're really uncertain about the outcomes. It involves adapting to changing circumstances, accepting the unknown, and making decisions when complete information is not available. Essentially, it's about finding a way forward when things aren't clear or guaranteed.
Well, speaking of things that are not clear or guaranteed, how can a person living with MS stay grounded when the future can be so unpredictable?
Yeah. Well, getting a diagnosis of MS is certainly one of those things we did not expect. Having MS itself creates an uncertainty because we did not know that we know that we cannot predict the course of the disease and how that disease will take for each course it'll take for each person. And of course, it's anxiety provoking. But there really are things someone with MS can do to reduce the anxiety and move forward.
After experiencing a relapse and a new MS symptom, Crystal tells us she's thinking about changing her MS medication, but she's nervous that the new medicine might actually be worse. How might Crystal shift her mindset to better manage this sort of uncertain situation?
This is not an uncommon issue as we might expect. So one of the mindsets is for Crystal to just kind of remember that she can handle what comes because she's already done that many times. She's already handled many situations and unknowns before her MS, when she received her diagnosis, starting her first medication, dealing with symptoms. So one change in her mindset can be acknowledging that she's stronger than she gives herself credit for. And that can go a long way in dealing with this new question and issue.
Dominic tells... Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Didn't
I'm
mean to
sorry.
interrupt.
Yeah, and I was just then figuring what is known and can be controlled for and what can not be is also really important. So in this case, finding out as much about the new medication as possible is really clear. Utilizing her healthcare providers to help her understand as much as possible, and using other reputable resources like the MS Society, support groups, and others with MS. All of these things can help her reduce some of the uncertainty and help her plan for what changes that might come.
We heard from Dominic, who tells us he lives with primary progressive MS, and he feels his neurologist isn't being completely honest with him about what his future might be like. So I guess I have a two-part question for you on behalf of Dominic. First, how transparent should doctors be when they're discussing uncertain outcomes with their patients? And what strategies could Dominic use to explain the importance of being honest with him to his neurologist, even when they're dealing with so many unknowns?
You know, as we're discussing, dealing with the unknown, or at least those things about which we're uncertain, is a skill. And providers who are also human may not talk as clearly about what they are not as certain about as they should. The best practice for a provider is to be as transparent and honest as they can be with patients. What they do know, what they don't know. It's really the only way for patients to start to deal and plan with their providers and others in their support system for the contingencies. I guess in the second part of your question is, I do have a couple suggestions for Dominic. One is let his provider know that he's wants to have a conversation about the future. And if not at the current appointment, but at the next one. This can help his provider be prepared too. And hopefully schedule enough time in his appointments to have such a discussion. It can also help his provider really know that he's ready to hear about the uncertainties and to plan with him. He can think through his questions and concerns, write them down so they can be organized and he doesn't forget questions and concerns, and bring a friend or family member with him. So help him ask his questions and he shouldn't be afraid to have this conversation more than once. Information changes, his provider's thoughts might change, and his questions might change.
Patty says she struggles to make decisions because she tries to think through all the possible outcomes, and she ends up just running around in circles in her head. What's the best way for Patty to make decisions when she may not have all the information?
Well, one of the first things she can do is know that there is likely no one right answer, and that in itself can be anxiety provoking and part of what keeps her going around in her head. Sometimes we spend so much time thinking, that we can and should know what the answer is, that we tie ourselves up in knots. So she can focus on what is known and what feels like the best decisions for right now. And are there things that can help with some of the many contingencies, such as knowing resources, preparing her finances, looking at jobs that have more flexibility? Really, if there are, do those things. And know that as information changes and becomes known, that will be new information and decisions that can and will be made later. She can also practice techniques that can help reduce her stress, ruminating and not ruminate on what is not controllable. Again, she can also ask for help. Mindfulness, stress management techniques, and if she keeps on going around and around, seeking help from others can really help her deal with some of this.
Katya's mother has had MS for over 35 years, and Katya constantly feels anxious about her mom's health and the care her mother might need in the future. How can Katya better manage her fear when her mother's outcomes are unknown?
Well, one of the first things she can do is think and talk about her fears, including talking about her fears with her mother. Talking about what you're afraid about already starts you on the course for managing it, because what can be mentioned is manageable. And that can be really one of the first starts. She can then figure out what she and her mother are afraid of and what they can plan for and what they can't. And that really can start her in terms of managing the fears.
And how does that process help Katya build resilience?
Well, resilience is really learning that we can deal with what is coming our way, and really is learning how to do that. So again, by being able to talk about what she's concerned about and actually problem solving for what she can deal with now, all help her build resilience and help her build some flexibility, since she may need to make changes with her and her mother as some of the uncertainty becomes clear and changes happen along the way.
Jameson tells us he was recently married, and his new father-in-law lives with MS and uses a wheelchair. Jameson says he feels unsure of how to support his wife as her family's needs seem to constantly change. Are there strategies Jameson can use so that he can be a positive support partner through these uncertain times?
Of course. And one of the first things that he can do is talk to his father-in-law and his wife and the family member to let them know that he wants to know and wants to be a support, so he can hear from them what will be the best supports for them. This does not have to be a guessing game. Again, really talking about it is almost always the first step. And then really being able to help problem solve and ask questions again as the situation changes. He also may find out in talking about it that what his wife needs might be different than what his father-in-law needs, and figuring out how to be the best support and what they need most as time goes on.
We've been talking about uncertainty in maybe negative terms, but that doesn't always have to be the case. How can uncertainty lead to opportunities for personal growth or creativity?
Well, we do tend to focus on the negative and what we might lose, but instead of focusing also on what we might gain. So, knowing that things might change and where we are right now may not be where we are in the future, which, by the way, is something we all need to deal with, but particularly when you have MS, gives us a time to rethink what our values are, what our goals are, what's important to us. Knowing that we may not be able to do one activity may lead us to exploring new thoughts, new activities, find new friends, be involved with new people, learn new things, both about the world and ourselves. So all of that is a time for positive change and growth. So again, uncertainty and change just means change, a need for change, and not all change is negative. And I think we need to remember that.
So could you share an example of how an uncertain experience might lead to unexpected success?
Well, I think if we're talking about someone who perhaps has an idea that they have always wanted to run a marathon, for example, and suddenly with MS and some changes in their fatigue or in their ambulation, being able to run the marathon in the best possible time may not be in the picture. But re-looking at it, what's important about that, what's important about finishing may allow them to learn how to do the marathon in a different way, to do it in more time, to see if they can do it with a different group of people. They may still be able to make it through that marathon, but it may be in a totally different way. Or maybe the marathon may not be the Boston Marathon, but it may be a reading marathon, or it might be a different kind of achievement goal, one that they hadn't really thought of before.
Are there any tools or frameworks to adopt when someone is dealing with uncertainty?
Well, there are lots of different tools that people can use. Certainly, journaling is one that a lot of people like to use. A journal can be a place to write your fears and concerns so that you can be clearer about what it is that you're really frightened about, and help you sort of figure out what's so scary and what's so important. Journaling can also be a place to talk about what are the good things that may have happened in a day or over time, and to be able to focus on the positive and not just on the negative. Scenario planning, sitting down with yourself and with others and really thinking about what happens if this happens, what will we do if that happens, and really thinking through what you have control over, what you can prepare for, what you can plan for, and what you can't, really helps people in many ways feel much better and much more in control and be more prepared for what comes. Mindfulness techniques and stress management techniques can also help someone focus on the here and now, and reduce their stress now, which both helps for planning, but helps you enjoy what you have at the moment. Sometimes we are so focused on the future that we forget to be here and now and live our life that we have right now.
Well, are there professionals who can help people with MS manage and plan for the future?
Definitely. There are a wide variety of professionals that can be helping with that. Certainly, your healthcare providers, your doctors, your nurses can help you for planning for possibilities for symptoms or other changes that might come. Rehab workers can help you not only strengthen what you have now, but also plan for the contingencies that might come. What kind of tools or equipment might help you? Therapists and other mental health workers can be there to really help you deal with your emotions and sometimes help your family talk together about what's going on and help communication happen, and also help with problem solving. There are also financial planners, employment counselors, all who can help you think through what contingencies and plan for future possibilities.
Samuel tells us that he's always relied on logic to guide him, but he feels less able to do so since he was recently diagnosed with MS. He feels like his body doesn't do what he tells it to anymore. So how can Samuel balance logic with intuition when his health status is unclear?
Well, logic is usually based on facts and what you have and what you know, and can help you with specific planning. Well, our body and the things that we don't know and our emotions, they just aren't always logical as much as we want them to be. So being able for him to be able to acknowledge both parts is a really important piece, and knowing that it's going to take both what he knows and his logic and his accepting of his feelings and thoughts and what he doesn't know, and putting them together to build resilience and flexibility are going to do him well. But it's going to take both parts for him to deal with the future in the best way.
We've been talking about uncertainty, but let me ask you perhaps to help us understand the difference between being uncertain and being unprepared.
Well, as we've been talking, uncertainty is knowing that there are things that you can't know about the future, that you can't predict. Being prepared or unprepared, actually, is really not thinking about what you do know and what you don't know, and doing some of that scenario planning and putting in place what you can so that you are as prepared as possible for some of the unknowns. The more prepared you are for what you can be, then the more flexible and able you will be able to handle those things that you hadn't expected or you weren't sure was going to happen.
We heard from Monica, who leads a team at an MS clinic, and she finds that the needs of the team and their patients are constantly changing. Monica finds herself constantly adapting to new situations. Can you talk about the role that flexibility plays in managing uncertainty?
Well, as we'd said before with one of your other questions, healthcare providers have to deal with uncertainty, both with their patients and even the resources that they may have, or what changes in their knowledge about MS, as much as their patients do. So healthcare providers and people living with MS both need to be flexible in, again, dealing with what they do know, using that knowledge, but also being able to change their plans as things change, both in a expected but also unexpected way. Learning to be flexible and being able to do that is actually a skill and takes practice. And people shouldn't be hard on themselves if they're not good at it in the beginning. But uncertainty continuing to come gives lots of opportunity to build that skill, to build that flexibility muscle. And MS certainly requires that of us.
Well, you've shared some valuable insights and some excellent tools you can use to find peace in uncertainty. Let me ask you, what would you say is the top takeaway that you'd like our viewers to remember and use?
First, we all deal with uncertainty, and that we can learn to build the skills and resilience to deal with the changes that come with MS and with life. Focus on what you do know and can change, and prepare for as many contingencies as you can.
They're
But
talking
know
about
that
that
you
issue.
cannot know them all, and that's okay. It's not a lacking in you. It's something that we all must learn.
And finding ways to accept
Understand
the
your
things
strengths and that you're
we can't
stronger than you
control.
think already. And then use techniques like mindfulness, gratitude journals, support systems to help you to stay positive and enjoy life in the here and now. Managing life in MS's uncertainty really takes flexibility.
Like it.
And again, these are skills
No,
that
but
you
they're
can
just talking
learn.
about how
Thank you for being
so
with
it's
us
called
today,
uncertain.
Andrea.
And what that means is that our
Thank
day-to-day
you for
life,
having me.
you know, we may have different issues.
Today's
and
program
stuff,
survey has now been posted in the
and
chat for
they're
your
talking
feedback.
about ways to try
Please
to cope
take a
with
minute
that
and complete it
tips
to
and
help
stuff
us
like that.
create programs and topics with you in mind. Please be sure to visit the National MS Society's website
Right now,
for
the
information
entire
and
month of March
resources
that
on
we're in
MS,
is
connection
an
opportunities,
awareness month for
and
daddy
ways for you to
sickness.
get
So
involved.
he's
You can also
just
connect
streaming a
with an
bunch of
MS
videos
Navigator
about
to
experts and
receive
stuff being
personalized
interviewed on the
support
topics.
by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. A recording of
It
today's
is day
program will
number
be
5,
posted on the MS Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSexpert, as well as on Facebook and YouTube. Finally, I'll invite you to join me each week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where we continue the conversation that we start here. You can find Real Talk MS on Apple Podcasts, Spotify,
today?
Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Thanks for joining us for Ask an MS Expert. We'll see you next week. Many people living with MS struggle with the frustration of feeling misunderstood by their loved ones.
Oh, see, girl, if I can get you to sit still long enough, I would happily let you listen to this one. Well, this one is about helping my loved ones understand my sickness.
Welcome to this week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, and I'm the host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife, Jean, lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. Today, I'll be asking our expert the questions you want answered. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators will be online throughout today's live program, answering those questions, connecting you to resources. Helping your loved ones understand your diagnosis and what living with MS means for you can be a challenge. Joining us today is Chris Inman, an MS activist, an MS ambassador, and husband to Mariah. Mariah was diagnosed with MS in 2020, and since then, Chris has become an active member of the
Because
MS
that
community.
needs a new
Chris
cord to
believes that his wife's diagnosis has given him purpose, focus, and power to help find the cure for multiple sclerosis. Welcome, Chris. Thanks for being with us today.
John, I am absolutely honored to be here to continue to do any small thing I can do in this fight against MS. A real pleasure to be here.
Well, let's start with some introductions. Why don't you tell us a bit about yourself and Mariah? And I hope you'll share how Mariah came to be diagnosed with MS.
Absolutely, happy to. Mariah and I have been together over 30 years. I worked in a very small, very
what's the sick MS
unglamorous
kid?
radio job doing sports, play-by-play, and Mariah ran the board while I did sports, and that's how we met. We've been together over 30 years. We'll be 28 years married this year. Fast forwarding many years later, we had gotten a Peloton bike around Christmas 2020. And as Mariah started riding the bike along with me, she started noticing some strange numbness after each ride. She was dizzy after each ride, and we were certain that she'd pinched a nerve or something along those lines. And as we continued to try and figure out what the heck was going on, because it didn't seem to want to relent, it ultimately ended up, as it so often does, in a visit to the doctor, which after several tests and
somebody was
several
standing there
theories ended
talking
up in
to
a
us,
spinal
you'd be on the
tap, which confirmed the unfortunate diagnosis of MS for her. And it seemed to come, as I know it does for so many, absolutely out of the blue, out of nowhere. We didn't see any signs of it prior to that, but it made its presence known, and once diagnosed, we knew the fight that we had on our hands.
Speaking of that, in the days following that diagnosis, how did you and Mariah each process her diagnosis?
I'm really glad you asked me that question, John. I think it's important to share with people that while that diagnosis is certainly a difficult blow for anyone diagnosed, and that is certainly true of my wife, Mariah, oftentimes the loved ones feel it just as hard. And for me, as a fixer and someone who always needs to swoop in and take care of problems, and I'll fix that, honey, I'll take care of that, this was the first time in our relationship that I couldn't fix it. So while it was a blow for Mariah, certainly, and she struggled to come to terms with it, she's a healthcare provider in her job, in her profession. So she came around to it. She actually took it better than I did. But my struggle really was, how do I help? What do I do? I'm powerless here. She needs me. She's counting on me. And for the first time in our relationship, I can't do anything. So I had to relearn how to love her, how to be there for her in the face of this diagnosis. I didn't know. So I'm happy to report that Mariah, who certainly has her struggles, I know we'll talk about that, took it far better than I have. I'm still struggling with it to this day, but the MS Society has certainly helped me reconcile that a bit.
You know, because MS impacts so many more women than men. They represent like 2/3 of the MS population. Often, their partner is going to be a man. And I think you just beautifully described what all of us in that position tend to go through. So thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
How did Mariah share her diagnosis with her immediate family? And was this the same or different from how you guys chose to share her diagnosis with extended family and friends?
You know, Mariah is, by her nature, a relatively private person, whereas I tend to be the extrovert in the relationship. I know you haven't figured that out yet about me.
You're the broadcaster, man.
Exactly. It's hard to get Mariah to talk. It's hard to get me to shut up. So we kind of found a place in the middle after her diagnosis, realizing that it was going to become pretty apparent to our friends and family that there was something going on. Some of the elements of MS, as we all know, you simply can't hide. So Mariah made a point, along with me, to make the announcement to family and friends. We went social media public with it right away. I felt like in doing that, we would be able to marshal our forces, so to speak, not only in support of Mariah, but in support of the cause, which I started to learn about almost immediately. And that cause, the MS Society, certainly a champion for that cause, needs all of us. So we chose to take the road of, hey, she's got this. It's not the road we planned, but it's the road we're on, and we need you all on that road with us. That resulting support has been remarkable. Mariah has felt it. I certainly have too. And that is kind of how we came forward with it. And it has been very positive since then.
You know, a minute ago, you mentioned having to sort of relearn your role in the relationship with a partner who was diagnosed with MS. I'm wondering, do you consider yourself a care partner for Mariah?
I do. And funnily enough, there are instances when Mariah is my caretaker, when she has to grab me by my figurative lapels and say, you know, Christopher, I'm okay. I'm going to have my struggles here and there, and it's going to be tough here and there, but I'm okay. I'm going to be okay, and I need you to be. So I've had to learn that from her. I'd love to be able to tell you and all of our listeners today that, you know, as a caregiver, and I do consider myself that certainly to a large degree, I was there to help to quote unquote school Mariah on what we needed to do and how we needed to do it. She's been that for me far more than I've been that for her. So I think the message here is a broad one, and that is, just because you're diagnosed with MS doesn't mean you're suddenly meek or in need of desperate help or unable to take care of anybody around you. Mariah, who's always been a caretaker of sorts because of the job that she does, continued to be that person for all of those around her who struggled with this diagnosis, and for me. So in a lot of ways I feel kind of guilty because she spent so much time propping me up that you'd think it was me that was diagnosed with MS. But yeah, to a degree, certainly, I am a caregiver for her, but I would tell you that she's every bit as much a caregiver for me, MS be darned.
You know, I also heard you mention how we men we fix things, we resolve the issue, right? And so when you're put in the role of being a caregiver and you have that propensity to want to fix things, it's very easy to over-help
Yeah.
How do you balance providing support and help for Mariah while still respecting her ability to be independent?
Well, the first thing I had to do, John, is get out of my own head and get out of my own way, so to speak. I noticed right after the diagnosis, I went down some dark paths. I started drinking more than I had. I started socially withdrawing more than I had. And again, she needed to shake me by my figurative lapels and remind me that this is not the road we planned. You know, so often life changes our paths, and it doesn't mean that we're still not driving down them. So I had to learn through my own experience to take care of myself so that I could help take care of her when she needed it, so that I could help take care of others with MS as I've gotten more involved with the MS Society. And again, being that fixer and not being able to fix anything felt like a dead end. But as soon as I started reaching out to the community at large, other folks with MS, other families taking care of folks with MS, and certainly all the amazing folks at the MS Society, which I did almost right away. I reached out to the MS Society in desperation, asking if there was anything I could do. I offered to sweep floors, to clean up concession areas, anything I could do. I started to see a path forward of positivity in ways that I could help, small though they may be, to kind of get me out of my head, get me off of Mariah's back, and get back on the path we're supposed to be on.
So tell me a little more about your involvement in supporting the MS community.
It has come to mean so very, very much to me, the society and the community at large. And as I mentioned, right after Mariah's diagnosis and right after I started going through all of this, and by the way, I'm happy to report that I no longer drank. I stopped all of that, got control of who I was, realizing what I was trying to do to myself there. And I called the MS Society. I found a number online and I called them, and I don't even remember who I talked to, but I literally just pleaded, and I think I was crying and super passionate. Just everything kind of came out in that moment, and I said, how can I help? Please put me to work. I don't have many skills. I speak to people for a living, so if I can do that, I'll do it, but I'll do anything you need, anything you need. And she was so welcoming and so supportive of that. I immediately heard back from the society. They immediately put me to work on our local Bike MS. Mariah and I together have emceed local events together since then, and our cooperation with the society has certainly grown over the years. But that's the first thing I did. That's how I started to channel this need to help, and I started to meet these remarkable human beings who are not only doing the kinds of things that you do, John, and the kinds of things that other folks in the society are doing, but the folks with MS who are heroic in the way they take this and the way they model what it is to have this disease and charge forward with a smile and positivity. And so that started to empower me in ways I couldn't have imagined. And now every time I get a chance to do anything with this community, it's everything to me.
You know, given the day-to-day uncertainty of MS, it can be tricky trying to make plans to attend events or outings. What advice do you have for family members of people who are living with MS to help them manage expectations when it comes to attending social events or get-togethers?
You have to listen to that person, and you have to respect the idea that because of this overwhelming MS fatigue, you know, we talk about MS being a fingerprint disease. It's a little different for everybody, but certainly that fatigue is something that almost everyone with MS goes through. And Mariah describes it as a fatigue unlike any you've ever experienced, in which no amount of sleep can even start to settle it. So you have to understand that even when they appear okay, they've got, at the very least, that going on. So Mariah and I used to go to a lot of concerts, and we get out and about quite a lot. But I've come to recognize, and I would advise others who are living with or caring for people with MS to do the same, they're going to put on a brave face for you. A lot of times they're going to tell you, yes, they'll go do these things, but they aren't always ready to rock and roll as they once were. So understand they aren't firing on the same cylinders. They're still firing, but not on all the same cylinders. And be okay with that. Respect that. Don't be so aggressive in the ways that you used to be with regard to getting out and about and doing all the things, because they're going to need some time. So make sure that you understand that, respect that, and give them that as needed.
We heard from Lucas, who tells us he's 34. He was diagnosed with MS at the age of 27. Lucas and his wife have a young son who just turned 1. Now that their baby is mobile and on the go, Lucas is finding it much more difficult to care for him. He feels guilty. Lucas wants to be a reliable partner and parent, but his symptoms just get in the way. What advice would you share with Lucas?
And Lucas, I would say this first and foremost, because I've watched Mariah go through something similar, not with a child, but just in her own expectations of herself. You know, Mariah always set an incredibly high bar for her own performance, whether it be as a wife, as a professional, and she continued right after her diagnosis to set the bar impossibly high. So I would say to Lucas, just like I said to Mariah, you can still be incredible at whatever it is you aspire to do, whether you're a nurse or a parent or whatever it is, or all those things. But set a realistic bar for yourself. Because when you set an impossible bar to reach, you're only going to experience a sense that you're not succeeding. And that's going to feed into itself and create stress. And we all know, any of us with experience with MS know, that stress and MS do not go well together. So Lucas, you're still amazing. You're still doing an incredible job. And just because it's not the bar that you think it should be doesn't mean it's not the bar that everybody needs. Give yourself a little bit of grace. MS demands that. You're still amazing doing what you do. Just understand that. Lower that bar just a little bit, because that grace is something you have to give you. We can't do it as much as we want to for you.
Noelle tells us she lives with MS, and she lives alone in a small apartment attached to her parents' house. Noelle's parents are in their 70s, and they're her main support when it comes to managing her MS. Noelle knows that she needs to make some decisions regarding her future care. She knows her aging parents just won't be able to provide help in the long term. What advice would you share with Noelle and her parents when it comes to planning for her future care needs?
You know, I'm an old emergency communications guy. I retired after a long career in the 911 industry, and one of the things you learn is that you have to prepare just in case. You have to make plans, and it's okay to make those plans. Sometimes when we make plans for something unknown, it can make that unknown a little bit more scary, and sometimes that prevents us from even getting into the plans to begin with. So I would suggest, not only to her, but to people in that situation, sit down and make a plan together. Each of you be a part of that plan. Map out what the next 5 years look like, and you may have to discuss some uncomfortable truths when you do that, but that's okay. Making that real doesn't make it more scary, it just makes it more manageable. So I would suggest to anybody who has an uncertain future ahead of them, sit down and add certainty to that future by coming up with a plan to attack that future, and do it together. Everyone be a part of that, and I'm sure that those parents would very much love to take that on and be a part of that answer for the future. So don't be afraid to wade into the unknown, as scary as it can be, because that's where certainty can come in.
You know, it's completely natural for their loved ones to want to support someone who's living with MS. But those intentions can sometimes get overrun by toxic positivity. When someone uses unrealistic, overly positive statements to minimize a difficult situation. I remember going through some of that. I'm sure you're nodding your head. That sounds familiar to you as well. Do you know whether Mariah has experienced that? And if she has, how did those kinds of comments make her feel?
You know, that comes from good intentions. I think most people want to say something that's comforting, or they want to tell you about their aunt's cousin's best friend who had MS, but was still able to golf, walking 18 holes for 40 straight years. They mean well. The folks who suggest that if you eat a chunk of potato cooked just a certain way and laid in the sun for only 2 days a week will help to cure your MS. She got a lot of that too. And at first was very irritating to her. But ultimately, I think she's come to the understanding that everybody just wants to help. To people who do that, I would suggest, as I've had to suggest to myself, sometimes you don't have to have an answer. Oftentimes with MS, there's not an answer to have. And some of the best support that we can offer folks with MS, and certainly know this firsthand as I know you do, John, is to just shut up and listen. As Mariah has tried to tell me throughout our marriage, even before MS, Christopher, I don't need you to fix this. I just need you to shut up and listen while I tell you about it. That catharsis will help me. And that's certainly true when it comes to living with someone with MS, befriending someone or loving someone with MS. You don't always have to go to them with a solution. You don't have to force positivity if they're having a bad day. Just be there, listen, and let them know you're available if they need you.
You brought up Mariah's fatigue a little while ago. Those invisible symptoms can be particularly tough for someone living with MS to explain to others because, as you know, you look so good, right? That's the comment. So I'm wondering if you have any suggestions for how to help loved ones better understand those invisible symptoms.
If you know someone with MS, they're going through something all the time. All the time. Chances are pretty good underneath the surface. It's pretty hardcore at times. Mariah, for example, struggles with 24/7, 365 terrible vertigo. It doesn't ever relent. Nothing that she's taken really impacts it. Some days it's a little worse than others, but on the days that it's terrible, she's largely incapable of doing a whole lot. So I would suggest to anyone, when you see someone with MS, understand there's something going on under the surface. It may be a little less than yesterday, it may be a little more, but people with MS are driven to hide that stuff. At least the folks I know. They want to put on the brave face. They don't want to share their quote-unquote misery with all the folks around them and dump that.
So we're doing a charity drive for the entire month of March for MS Awareness Month. I was diagnosed with RRMS in 2020, so all I'm doing, as long as I have time during the daytime while I'm working, is the MS Society, as you can see here, actually has a gentleman named John Strom. He's the gentleman, he's the bald gentleman on the right there. He interviews experts in various fields, and he has a podcast, and it's called Ask an MS Expert. So they go through and do interviews and give helpful tips and information regarding MS diagnosed patients or just disabilities in general. So it's a cool thing to do. So I just been going down the playlist since Monday, as long as I'm in the office, and I work from home obviously, but between meetings and phone calls sometimes I have to mute or go AFK and stuff like that. It's my way of trying to spread awareness and information regarding MS patients, because MS sucks. As I'm sure you know, I do see that you said you were diagnosed with MS, so not welcome to the club, but welcome to the channel.
That on them. They've all got their own problems. They don't need to constantly hear about mine too. So it's our job as the folks who love them to understand, while they may not always voice what they're going through, it's always there. We have to be understanding of that. You have to assume that there's something going on under the surface. And again, I'll return to what we just talked about, John. You don't have to fix that. You just have to acknowledge that, respect that, know that that's going on. Let them dictate to you exactly what goes forward from there with regard to activities, that sort of thing. But I've never known anyone with MS, and all the folks I've met, who don't have something percolating under the surface. As people who love them, we need to be aware of that.
Good advice. Close friends and family, well, they can play an important role in building out a dedicated support circle. I'm wondering whom you have called upon with your extended support circle, and I hope you'll share some examples of how members of a support circle can do those little things that can go such a long way to help someone living with MS.
You know, John, I lean into friends and family. I've learned as I've gotten older and had personal loss over the years, as we all do, that there are some things we just can't handle on our own. And I know in my 20s and 30s, certainly I was of a mind that I was bulletproof and there was nothing I couldn't take on. But as I got in my 40s and 50s, life happens. Things start to happen. Life conspires to teach you lessons that you need to learn. So I learned to lean on folks who love us and care about us. And that's what both Mariah and I have done. I'm on the road a lot in my current line of work, and I have very close friends that I run into a lot. And I talk to them about what's going on, and I accept their support, and I feel that support. Mariah does as well. We don't always talk about MS. It's not always front and center. Certainly with Mariah, she's not going to lead with, "Hi, I'm Mariah, I have MS." But just knowing that people have your back, knowing that people are there for you, knowing that if you're having a terrible day, the people who love you are okay with that. They understand what that is. They don't match your emotion. They just let it happen. That's the sort of support that when you're going through something like this,
not that heavy,
you have
girl.
to have. So I strongly suggest to folks who are maybe withdrawing with their MS diagnosis, or maybe they're kind of on an island, lean into the people who love and care about you. You will find support there that will help you in ways you can't even imagine. It feels like the weight of it is less when you're willing to lean on folks and let them carry a little bit of it with you, because they will. They're there for that. And I can't encourage it more strongly.
Have you and Mariah used any specific resources to help others better understand MS?
Just through our volunteer work with the MS Society, certainly we've shared a lot of that. As I mentioned earlier, we've gotten the opportunity to get involved with our local MS folks. We've done a lot of emceeing of local events. We've spoken with groups locally about MS through these events, gotten to know people as well. I've gotten the opportunity, as has Mariah, to talk to freshly diagnosed folks about what's ahead and about how there are resources out there. I think the best message that we got and give is that you are not in this alone. It's such a lonely feeling diagnosis, as if no one can understand. But then you start to realize there's a huge community of people out there who can completely understand and who want to be your support system. So it's been through that we've been able to share what we've learned with other people and be that support system for them. And you can see the look on people's faces when they realize there are people here who know what this is, who've gone through this, and who are here with me, and it creates a bond unlike any other.
Given all the ways you've found to get involved, what advice would you share with someone who's looking for ways to become more involved with the MS community?
Contact the MS Society. Reach out to the MS Society. I know that they can use help in all facets. There is an incredibly strong group of volunteers, activists, and ambassadors throughout the society, folks who aren't getting paid a cent, but the pay that they get is far more than money can give. And I know that help is needed around the country. So if you are like I was, if you're just desperate to do something, anything, in a scenario in which you feel like you can't do much, and maybe what you're turning to instead is something that's a little self-destructive, pull yourself out of that. First and foremost, the person who loves you needs you at your best. Secondly, call the MS Society. Reach out to someone local. Reach out to someone at the national level. Find a 1-800 number. Reach out to whoever you need to, and just volunteer your time. And I promise you, if you do that, that what you get from that is incredibly powerful, incredibly empowering, because once you feel like you're part of the fight, it's a whole different ballgame. Now, I still can't fix it, and neither can you, but together we can start to find a fix for all of us.
Well, you've shared some excellent insights about how to go about helping others better understand a loved one's MS diagnosis. What would you say is the top takeaway that you'd like our viewers to remember and use?
Well, for those of you who are freshly diagnosed, you're not alone. You are never alone. As lonely as it can feel, you aren't. There is a community with their arms open, waiting for you, to take you in, to give you the support that you need. Please, please, please don't hesitate to reach out there and let that support envelop you. Number 2, love people that you know with MS. If you have someone in your family who has MS as I do, just love them. You don't have to smother them with that love. You don't have to overwhelm them with answers and ideas and thoughts and this and that. There's peace and silences. Sitting down with a cup of coffee and streaming shows. One of our favorite things to do is our cats trample over the top of us. Find a way to support that person who you love with MS that doesn't require them to also have to balance all the stuff you're throwing at them. I've had to learn to listen better, and you will too, but in doing that, you can be a resource for them that's absolutely invaluable.
Thanks so much for being with us today, Chris.
Thanks so much for having me, John. It's been a real pleasure.
Today's program survey has now been posted in the chat for your feedback. Please take a minute and complete it to help us create programs and topics with you in mind. Please be sure to visit the National MS Society's website for information and resources on MS, connection opportunities, and ways for you to get involved. You can also connect with an MS Navigator to receive personalized support by phone, email, or through the Society's website by chat. A recording of today's program will be posted on the MS Society's website at nationalmssociety.org/MSexpert, as well as on Facebook and on YouTube. Finally, I'll invite you to join me each week on the Real Talk MS podcast, where we continue the conversation that we start here. You can find Real Talk MS on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Thanks for joining us for Ask an MS Expert. We'll see you next week. Good sleep health is important for everyone, and that's especially true for people living with MS. Welcome to this week's edition of Ask an MS Expert. I'm John Strum, and I'm the host of the Real Talk MS podcast. Each week, Real Talk MS reaches thousands of people in more than 100 countries around the world with the news that people affected by MS need to know. My wife Jean lived with progressive MS for 23 years, so I've had a front row seat experiencing all the ways that MS can impact a family. Today, I'll be asking our expert the questions you want answered. Please feel free to post your comments and questions on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. MS Navigators are online throughout today's live program, answering your questions, connecting you to resources. Getting quality sleep can truly be life-changing for people with MS who deal with issues like spasticity or cognitive changes. but the science behind good sleep can be misunderstood. Joining us today is Dr. Katie Siangsukhan. Dr. Siangsukhan is a professor of physical therapy, rehabilitation science, and athletic training at the Kansas University Medical Center, and the director of the Sleep, Health, and Wellness Lab at the University of Kansas Medical Center, Department of Physical Therapy and Rehabilitation Science. Dr. Siangsukhan is with us today to share some of her research on 4 domains of sleep health and hygiene. Welcome, Dr. Siangsukhan. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Well, you've done research focusing on 4 domains of sleep health. Can you briefly explain these 4 domains?
Sure. So with sleep health, we generally consider them to have 4 different domains. Circadian rhythm, which is one of the primary physiological drivers of our sleep. Another important driver of our sleep is sleep drive. So that is also an important domain for sleep health. And then we also focus on pre-sleep arousal. You might also refer to that as stress or, kind of management of that stress, because we know that even if you have a really well-trained circadian rhythm and really high sleep drive, if you're really anxious or worried, it's really difficult for those 2 processes to help you sleep. So we also focus on pre-sleep arousal or stress. And then that 4th domain is sleep hygiene. And those are the things that you've probably, read about before, things like, avoiding smoking, too much caffeine, avoiding alcohol, those sorts of things as well.
I think I'll ask for a basic definition. How do you define sleep health? And why is it important for people living with MS to focus on improving their sleep health?
That's a wonderful question. So often we, being the sleep community, healthcare providers, have really focused on sleep disorders. So things like insomnia, sleep apnea, but a diagnosis of a sleep disorder. But really just in the past, several years now, there's been kind of this shift from focusing on sleep disorders to more of a focus on this general term called sleep health. Because we all have a sleep health, and it occurs in an absence of a sleep disorder. So even if you don't have a sleep disorder per se, you may still have poor sleep health. And sleep health really, it falls on a continuum. So you can have really good sleep health, you can have really poor sleep health, or obviously kind of somewhere in between on that continuum.
I've heard we all move through different sleep cycles each night. Can you explain the different adult sleep cycles?
Sure. And so we do have different sleep stages that you're mentioning. And they're roughly broken into 2 different phases. So we have REM sleep or rapid eye movement sleep, and then non-REM sleep or non-rapid eye movement sleep. And then non-rapid eye movement sleep is actually then subdivided into 3 additional categories. You have the really light stage of sleep called stage 1. And so if you've ever had that sensation where you're kind of laying there attempting to sleep and you kind of startle, that's stage 1. That's that really light stage of sleep. And then a little bit deeper stage of sleep is called stage 2 sleep. And then the deepest stage of sleep is called stage 3 or slow wave sleep or deep sleep. We like to call things lots of different names, but those are the different kind of stages of non-REM and REM sleep. And so we do, as humans, we do cycle through those sleep stages throughout the night. So about every 90 to 120 minutes, you cycle through those different stages, and then you repeat that cycling between non-REM and REM sleep. And in REM sleep, that's kind of one of the stages that people oftentimes are familiar with, because that's the stage where we tend to dream. And so if you do happen to be woken up when you're in REM sleep and you happen to be dreaming, you're more likely to remember that dream that you've had. And what's interesting too is that as humans, we tend to spend more time in the deep stages of sleep in that first half of the night, and we tend to spend more time in the lighter stages of sleep and REM sleep in the second half of the night. So again, like if you happen to wake up in the latter half of the night, you might remember those dreams.
I heard you mention that we cycle through these sleep cycles every 90 minutes or so. If someone falls asleep for less than 90 minutes, does that mean they aren't getting quality sleep?
No, not necessarily. We don't necessarily, yes, you want to have that cycling between those different stages because there are different physiological processes that are happening at each of those stages. So in an ideal world, you're having that cycling between those different stages of sleep so that those physiological processes can happen. But for somebody who maybe does need to take a nap in the afternoon because they're having really excessive sleepiness in the afternoon, even taking a 20-minute, 30-minute nap can be sufficient to kind of help manage that excessive daytime sleepiness. And so, no, you may not necessarily be cycling through those different stages that you would as you would experience it with nighttime sleep with a longer period of sleep time. But even having a short nap can be helpful as far as kind of, again, reducing that daytime fatigue or that daytime sleepiness.
I know some people will take a nap and wake up feeling refreshed. Other people will take a nap for that same amount of time and they'll wake up and they'll say to themselves, I shouldn't have taken that nap. I feel worse than I did before. Is that connected to these various sleep cycles?
So yes, that could be very well connected. So if you have, if your alarm happens to go off and you happen to have cycled into that deep stage of sleep where you are going to be more sluggish and you happen to wake up during that time, that might be where you are feeling that kind of sense of extra, again, sleepiness that is still lingering, or just kind of fatigue that you have. But again, it's I focus much less on kind of what stages are we actually getting into. But then also too, sometimes when people are taking those afternoon naps, if they do nap for too long, and again, that's going to really vary on the person. They again can wake up feeling really kind of sluggish because their body is maybe thinking, am I attempting to sleep for the night? Or is this intended to be just a short daytime nap? So we do generally recommend if people are going to take an afternoon nap to try to reduce it to 20 to 30 minutes, because we also don't want them to then interrupt their nighttime sleep. Because what can happen is if you do take that afternoon nap, that then reduces your sleep drive, and it just takes some time for the sleep drive to build back up so that you're adequately tired and hopefully fall to sleep relatively easy then that night.
So take the reverse situation where someone isn't able to get enough quality sleep at night. Can a daytime nap supplement the sleep they lost at night?
That's a good question. I think ideally I would encourage that person to, talk with their physician, talk with an expert in sleep to see if there's a way to figure out what's going on with that nighttime sleep. Why are they not getting good sleep at night? Because there's a lot of reasons for that. It could be, if they have an undiagnosed sleep disorder, it could be due to their MS symptoms, it could be due to medication. There's a lot that can go into that. And so ideally it would be, kind of fixing that issue or seeing what that issue might be so that they do get adequate sleep at nighttime. But for sure, if someone then is, kind of attempting those strategies to help them get adequate, good quality sleep at night, and it still, isn't necessarily making them feel as well refreshed as they would like, and they feel like they do have to take a nap in the afternoon, I'm a firm believer that people know their bodies best, and if they feel like they need to take a nap, then by all means, do that. But it definitely, for at least some people, it can indicate there's something going on that's preventing them from getting a good night's sleep at night. And again, I think it's also that concern of, if you do take a daytime nap, just know that can reduce your sleep drive, and it may mean that you need to delay your typical bedtime a little bit later so that sleep drive is high enough so that you are able to fall asleep. Because sometimes what happens is people will take a nap and then they still try to go to bed at the same time that they typically would, and then they experience frustration because they're not able to fall asleep as quickly and easily as they maybe are used to.
Why is a good sleep environment an important factor when someone's trying to improve their overall sleep quality? And I guess I'll also ask you to explain what that ideal sleep environment looks and feels like.
Good question. So, in an ideal world, that sleeping environment is comfortable for the person. And typically what we mean by that is that it's fairly cool. And I don't have some magic temperature to tell you to set your thermostat at, but you typically want it to be somewhat cool, on the cool side. And you do want it to be as dark as possible, but safe. So if you do have to get up to use the restroom, you're able to do that safely. Because we want the environment to be dark, because that tells the brain to secrete melatonin, which is one of the really potent hormones that regulates our circadian rhythm. So dark, cool, quiet is ideal, because obviously if there's noise, that can disrupt our sleep. And then comfortable, it's ideally having a comfortable pillow, a comfortable mattress, which again is very individualized on what an individual sees as being comfortable. But I would say, dark but safe is probably the primary thing to be focusing on when you're considering your sleep environment.
Carter tells us that he lives with MS and struggles with frequent daytime sleepiness. But when it's time for him to go to sleep at night, he feels wide awake. I heard you use the term sleep drive before. What does that term mean? And what might Carter be able to do to increase his sleep drive?
That's a good question. And so for any individual, I would be considering those 4 different domains of sleep health. So I would be asking questions about his circadian rhythm. I'd be asking questions about sleep drive, factors that are contributing both in a positive way and maybe interfering with those factors. But also, again, addressing pre-sleep arousal, or that stress, and then also sleep hygiene would be that 4th domain I would consider. And so, ways that we can address sleep drive.
All right, guys, unfortunately, we're going to have to end it in the middle of this video. We will resume this video Monday. I have a part-time job tomorrow, so I won't be in office tomorrow. I appreciate everybody that hung out and alert. Anybody that stopped in and said hello. So we will be continuing more of these playlist videos. They have 300 of them. Some of them are repeats because they did reruns, but it happens. They're busy people. Yeah, never take for granted what you think might be a small symptom. For those that are still hanging out and aren't sure exactly what's going on here, MS affects everybody differently. So the earliest symptom that my neurologist and I diagnosed was actually my left hand. I cannot feel fine detail with my left hand. If I put a quarter in my pocket, I can't tell you what's a quarter. So as one of our other videos mentioned, like how MS affects men would probably brush this off, and I did for years. Like it was a pinched nerve, it was anything else. Like it didn't matter. So I finally got a diagnosis in 2020, and this was one of the earliest symptoms that we used to diagnose that. So keep yourselves checked out. Talk to your healthcare providers. Make sure if you have a caregiver or a spouse and that they're trying to help you obviously maintain a life balance, that they take time for themselves, because dealing with MS is a very stressful time. So if you guys are new to the channel and if you're hanging out, please hit the follow button. Outside of our normal or outside of this awareness event, usually they do one of these videos every week, and I share these during my normal game night streams on Mondays on a segment I call MS Monday. And all I do is I just play these videos, and obviously these are available all times for everybody, but some people don't always realize that this playlist exists on YouTube. So this is a good way to get information, help spread the word about MS and information regarding disabilities and obviously MS diagnosed patients and family members. So I love all of you. I'll see you guys in the next one. I gotta get out of here and start getting kids ready for Taekwondo.
Aww.